Mission, on mission, trying to get it right. Transition, changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission, trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life. Making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. I'm on a mission, I'm trying to get it right. Changing the way that I see life. Transition in my life. On a mission, on a mission, on a mission.
All right. Welcome to Alchemizing Energy. So we are going to be discussing La Letra del Año, which is the letter of the year. These are the predictions of each year. What happens in if you are a follower of IFA, yearly Babalaos get together. It's about 4 or 5 of them, and they do a IFA prediction of what's going to what the state of like the world is, right? So there's different La Letra del Años. There's one that comes out of Cuba. There's one that comes out of Miami. And then a lot of times each Babalao for their own Ile or house will do the yearly letter of the year. And this is the Ifa, the Odu that comes out for the year. So in this live, what we're going to do is we're going to go over this year's La Letra de Año. And so what happens is the letter of the year, it gives the predictions of like the Odu, things that are going to happen in the year, things to look out for. And so let's cover it. So let's hear it. I'm going to go over it right now. Thank you.
Hey, Buro Boy Marcella. Hey, Buro Boy Robert. I like it a lot. Hey, we got quite a few people on here. So, hey, before I jump in, I want to show you guys something. I want to share something with you folks. And I think it's going to be important going in. Hey, so on here, you guys are going to see. This here is called my calendar of events. Because in this calendar of events, when you look at this, I wanted to kind of share this because I'm making moves. 2025, I did my own consulta for the year. I need to see how this synergizes with Letra de Año. And the advice that IFA told me was, listen, you got to push hard. We got to grind 2025. So I'm going to tell you, for me personally, and this is whether or not you guys want to jump on board and jump on this ship with me, something interesting is this calendar. This is the Yuru, your favorite Babalao Institute and Ile calendar, right? For my personal Ile, right? And for the rest of the world. And you're going to see a whole bunch of things on here. But more importantly, I got my plantes scheduled, ready to go in Miami. I got some further plantes that are scheduled. But more importantly, here's what I want to make sure you guys understand. Inspirational Sundays. Starting this Sunday, Inspirational Sundays. We're going to have a live every Sunday, right? Because I'm going to continue to push forward like Olodumare has guided me to, and how my console and how the Letra de Año is telling me to do. That's 1. 2, I'm going to start my podcast. Now that I saw that the podcast was successful, 2025, we're going to start it out. And every Friday night, there will be a brand new podcast released, right? So then that way you have some reading materials for those folks who are stuck in the trucks or traveling a lot. And maybe you need something to listen to. You can download or listen to it. It's on all major platforms. But your Fair Babalao podcast, I got several episodes out there already. But that's what 2025 is going to do. We're going to start getting strict. Friday and Sunday, I'm committing to each and every one of you. All right. Nonetheless, you got the your Fair Babalao Institute courses that I'm going to start back up. January 19th is going to be the first one. We're going to go into course 4, rituals, ceremonies, festivals. We're going to start talking about all those things that encapsulate the Yoruba culture, right? What is Hendebifa, the warriors? What are those things that we talk about when we say, hey, what is the Eleke ceremony? What's the foundational orishas like Olokun, Orisha Oku, Babalu Aye? Some of these foundational orishas that people say, hey, go receive, and you don't know why you receive it, or you received it and you don't know what to do with it. Anyway, we're going to talk a lot about that. Then we're going to get, a little bit deep into the divination section, and you get to kind of see course 4, 5, 6. We start with 1 and 2, and that's what my 2025 is going to look like. But you guys didn't jump on here for this, but I wanted to make sure I put that out there for each and every one of you. Look in the description below. You get access to the website. You get access to the courses. You get access to consultations if you need them. But anyway, you're there. Enough of that. Let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. All right, let me make sure I didn't miss anybody here. So, Iburu Boya Joe, Iburu Boya Brooklyn, hey, Iburu Boya de la Victoria. All right, and then we got Iburu Boya, I said Fred and Janae. Ah, Jay, Iburu Boya. All right, we got 37 people in here. Let's start talking before you guys get bored and leave me. Hey, all right, so real quick. So first things first, right? The common theme, right? We understand that the letter of the year, the one that I'm particularly looking at, is this one, the Association of Yoruba Kola, right? IFA Ocha in Miami. You guys have heard me talk many times over, right? On Letra de Año. My studies and where I guide people to is to understand Letra de Año. It's important for you to follow the land and where the Letra de Año was pulled, right? Because that's something that's super important for you. Right, so if you live in the United States, you find a house that's reputable. 1, Miami. I give a big shout out to my brother Ozzy, right? And Ozzy, you know who you are. But Ozzy had the pleasure of being at the Letra de Año ceremony that they did, in particularly in this association. So in this particular association, I enjoy the professionalism that these Babalaos have. I fully intend to participate next year's Letra de Año and going out there and supporting those brothers as we get after it. But that is what you're looking for, a reputable and something that is homegrown to your land, right? Which in this case is going to be in the United States of America. Right now, I will do one on Miami.
So, as he says, there's different letra del años and the letter of the years. They have one done in Africa, in Nigeria. They have one in Cuba. They have one in Miami that they do for the United States. Also, if you are a part of an ELA, they will also do one in that house that you got initiated to. So right now, we're just going to cover the general one for the United States. So let's get into it.
I'm working on that one now. I currently have that scheduled for tomorrow, right? May, the one I want to focus on in Miami, in Cuba, right, is for those folks that have houses that like to follow the letra de año or the letter of the year, right, from other Cuban households, or maybe their elders say, hey, follow the one from Cuba. If the one from Cuba interests you, then guess what? Then that's the one I'm going to do tomorrow. But particularly, there's 2 that are getting pulled in Cuba right now. The one I'm going to do is La Casona. Right? La Casona is from one of our eldest and one of the leading Babalaos that started this particular ceremony, this letter of the year, which was Miguel Febet Patron. And that's the one we're going to follow. That's the one that I personally feel is legitimate. Right? So just understand that's going to happen tomorrow. But we'll get after that later on. All right, with that said, let's kind of wrap this up. Right, we've already been on here 10 minutes and we haven't even talked about the letter of the year. First letter of the year, right? We came out with Obekana. Right, the brothers did a great thing of making sure that Obekana, was the leading Odung of the year. More particularly, what does that mean? Right, so when we look at Obekana and we look at the first witness, which is Obefun, and we begin to look at the third witness, which is Eyobe, here's something I really want you to focus on. All 3 of those signs begin with Obe, right? To the point where we even end, right, with the third sign being Iyeobe, right? Iburo Boy Ebucheche David, best version of myself. And Mokararesi. But, so when you look at it, what does a yobe mean to you? Right? Yobe means that organization is going to be key. Patience is going to be key, right? Making sure that our spiritual alignment is going to be key. That's the first indication. But boy, McDaddy, that's the first indication that you need to look at and say, okay, wow, we have a theme here, right? And that theme is going to be exactly that. Well, here's the second piece of that, right? Then we go into the prophecy and we begin to kind of see Osobo Ofu Nipo Yoko, right? And you'll see it on there, right? Osobo Ofu Nipo Yoko Otonwa, which means that it doesn't matter. Here's the key. It doesn't matter how many different ways you want to slice it and dice it, and you think that you're going to be able to get away with something without actually following the spiritual rules of engagement. It's not going to work. That last part that says autonwa means that it's coming from the heavens, right? That means that we have, all of us have the ability, right, to lose stability and peace that's provided to us at any moment's notice if we do not begin to do the bosses that are marked. If we don't begin to align ourselves like we're supposed to, if we don't begin to look at the common thread, which is all these yobes, right? Obe, obe, iobe, right? If we don't start to begin to align ourselves, we're going to have a problem. All right. So let's start looking at the common themes, right? But I want to share a pataki with you on Obekana. This pataki has a lot of, no kidding, information, values, morals that I need you each to work with and follow. Right? This particular pataki was the creation of the Arofa in the divination board. Babalaos divine with the board. I'm going to try to make this simplistic for those of us that maybe are not too familiar. Right? Romain. But when we begin to look at what a Babalao divines with, we look at Obekana as being a forefront to the start of the reign of what humanity was destined for. The pataki of rebirth is a pataki that goes like this. In the early days of creation, Orumila, right, the divinity of wisdom, right, had a close friend that was called Ayakanu. Okay, Ayakanu was known as the elephant, right? Together, right, both of these, Orumila and the elephant, right, they ventured into the forest. They became good friends. They started doing various tasks. They kind of worked tirelessly, right, to earn their livelihood. However, due to the elephant's immense strength and endurance, right, Orumila found himself kind of struggling to match, his companion's effort. Orumila found himself struggling to match it to the point that 3 years and 3 months passed, right? And the elephant, right, Ayakonu, right, he amassed a great wealth, right? And Orumila managed to earn only enough to purchase a nice single white robe. When their work in the forest was over, Orumila entrusted the white robe to Ayakanu for safekeeping because he was going to venture deeper into the forest and he had to do further work. When Orumila returned after his trials and his journey, etc., he found Ayakanu wearing the robe and denying ever receiving it. So he looked Orumila in the eye and said, "Nah, you didn't give me anything." While he's wearing Orumila's robe. So, betrayed and enraged, Orumila confronted Ayakanu, but his strength, no match for the elephant, right? So Orumila defeated because he knew how he needed to approach it. He left and he vowed that he was going to reclaim what was rightfully his. So the betrayal and the consequences is now where we're going to focus on. As Orumila walked away, he encountered a hunter that was seeking to capture an elephant. Orumila informed the hunter, Ayakanu, who could be identified by wearing an unusual adornment, a nice white robe, right? So following Orumila's direction, the hunter tracked and killed Ayakanu, retrieving the robe, the elephant's head, the tusk, and the tail, right? And these items were brought back to Orumila as an offering, right? Now, here comes the point of transformation. Rather than succumbing to despair over the betrayal, right? Orumila used this as an opportunity, right, to transform his misfortune to tools of wisdom, right? So from Ayakanu's tusk, he carved the Erofa, right? Right? If you guys don't know what an Erofa is, let me show you. An Erofa, right? So when he carved this Erofa, this became a symbolism of authority and knowledge. From the elephant's head, he crafted a divination board, a sacred tool for unlocking what? The divine guidance. The same thing we use when we have to do initiations. The things that pull down your guardian orishas, the things that consecrate your awofaka, your ikofa, or ikbaodun, we begin to use certain tools of divination boards, right? And then the white rope, once a symbol of betrayal, became a testament to Orumila's ability to reclaim what he lost. So let's think about this for a little bit. Hey, Buruboya Bucheche, Paige, Buruboya, Baba James, Buruboya. Now, so what are we looking at? All right, here's the lessons from the Pataki that I need you guys to truly value, right? Through adversity, right? This was a catalyst of growth. From Orumila's inability to maintain pace with his friend and didn't really gain much from it. From a betrayal, right, where he saw, he was able to take these things and he was able to kind of turn it, right? The story taught us, right, that even in the face of betrayal and hardship, right, we begin to see where one can transform, from the setbacks, right, into a source of strength and wisdom. Orumila's ingenuity turned, his pain into tools that serve humanity today. Right? And then we got to look at the role of justice and consequences, right? Ayakonu, right? The elephant's betrayal did not go unpunished. This year, right? We need to focus on some of these lessons, and you're going to hear me speak even deeper than that, right? The power of rebirth, right? The transformation in this case, we begin to look at the elephant's remains into sacred tools, emphasis that the rebirth often follows losses. In the way ending, beginning, challenges always are going to pave the way for renewal. Right? When we look at the lessons of all the yobbis, we begin to look at the beginning. In order to have a beginning, we need to have an end. Right? Things don't necessarily just start out of the air. No, we always got to make room in our lives. And as civilization, as humanity, we begin to kind of see where we need to teeter to end some of these things that are in our way and maybe capitalize on some of those losses that we have in both stability and peace and make it into something, right? Turn those tides, right? So personal transformation is going to be very important. Use adversity as an opportunity for growth and innovation, right? The social contributions, like Orumila's tools, contributions born of hardship, they often serve broader communities. They inspire collective wisdom and resiliency. Nothing is better than earning something that took some hard sweat, tears, right? Maybe even a little bit of blood, right? And just something just to remember. All right. So now I want to kind of talk. Let's go back into the Odums, right? I wanted to share that pataki because I think that pataki kind of resembles exactly what we're doing, how we're doing it, right? And where we're going to go 2025. So let me make sure I'm looking at everything from here. Baba James, hey, from the temple. De Valdez, Obeweña, letra de año is very similar. No, Buruboya, Obeweña, all the Obes, right? The Obes are speaking this year. And Valdez, I don't know if you're talking about Otrupo Binkongwa. Otrupo Binkongwa is a wise Babalao. Good theme, right? He understands his stuff. I give a lot of props to that Babalao. Steve, are there any patakis that define a relationship between Orumila and the elephant? All right. So again, we're not going to necessarily get into too much of those. We'll get towards the end. Don't let me forget your questions, but I want to dig into this for those who are already tuned in. I want to just get the meat and potatoes and they're ready to hit the road, Jack, make some moves. Hey, so don't let me forget. Brooklyn, I'm tracking. What did he use the tail for? The elephant tail is used for a lot of different things that we use in IFA. All right, the elephant tail, we talk about um and we talk about different concepts of ingredients, different concepts of what we actually use the tail from, down to some of the symbolism between the horse tail, which is really a cow's tail, to really what is it really used for in many different aspects. You begin to kind of say, wow, there's some things going on here that we really need to focus on. And the elephant is very sacred in this faith, right? And will always be thanked for its sacrifices, right? Even though it had to learn the hard way, but a lot of good ingredients there. The Buddha boy Bucheche, mire, Kelvin, oh, Unio, Maya. But let's go. Let's dig into it a little bit further. All right, Obekana, Obefun, Maine Yobe. So when we start to look at it, we understand that in Obekana, there's a recurring theme that talks a lot about the Ebo, underscores the importance of preparation and humility, right? Some of the common themes right now that Obekana is going to begin to tell you is the importance, right, of preparation, right? Without the proper sacrifice, right, obstacles are going to arise. If you choose to listen to this video today and you now receive the common word of what Orumila is trying to push out, right, then we're going to have a big problem. Right? But if you align yourself and get the divine prescriptions that lead to longevity and prosperity, now we're talking, right? Now we're talking. We got to offer the Eshu this year. Eshu is the one that's in charge of the gates of the Osobos. Our prophecy came out with Osobo Funipoyo Atonwa, right? This is something that is divine. This is something that we're not going to be able just to kind of overcome when the time comes. We have to be prepared to put the spiritual armor on and do the things that we know we're supposed to do before Eshu himself begins to say and comes back to you. No different than probably a lot of you have your spiritual books. Maybe you got Crown, maybe you did IFA, maybe you went and you got your Awofaka, you Kofa, you got advice, you got told to do X, Y, and Z. Are you doing it? And Eshu's going to go like this. And he's going to look and he's going to say, okay, did we do what we were supposed to do? Did we align ourselves with the divine prescriptions for the longevity and the prosperity? And if you didn't, then now we get to see the obstacles, right? So Eshu is the gatekeeper right now. You got to remember that, right? Avoidance, right, of arrogance and overreach. Obekana, there's a lot of stories, Obekana, that cautions us against, hubris and being like kind of like a know-it-all, right? And disregarding advice. There's a lot of things in this tradition, I think, that rub people the wrong way. When we look at today's age and the modernized way of business, we begin to see that everybody has Dr. Google. Everybody feels that, you get a consultation. Hey, Padrino, can you give me what was this Odum? And what was this Odum, right? And what was this Odum? And there's tons of books out there that tell you what the Odums are. There's tons of things out there on Google that'll tell you what these Odums are. But you can't teach what a Babalao has. The Ache and the ability to construct in a technical manner what those Odums are saying, synergizing them, bringing out the prophecy, pulling the boat, and executing. You'll never get that from Dr. Google. You'll never get that from a book. Right? This is us standing attached and staying on top of on top of our godfathers, because we're basically trained by our elders in order to continue to push forward. So what am I saying? What I'm saying is the refusal to perform sacrifices. Not just sacrifices because of animals or because of adimus, no, but the sacrifices that you know what the laws are in this faith. You know what you're supposed to do and not do. And then you come back later disturbed because things are not flowing the way they're supposed to flow. Or you come back disturbed because things are not connecting. So again, beware of the arrogance and the overreach. And you're going to see that common theme in Obekana, Obefun, and even Eyobe. Now we got to look at another aspect of this. And I want to talk about community and relationships, because I think this is where it gets really, really important. Right? When we talk about community and relationships, we talk about a harmonious relationship, respect for communal wisdom, respect for perspectives of others. It ties very closely to the last piece of advice I gave you, humility, right? You know what you got to do, get after it, right? Don't disregard advice because you received advice. Yeah, maybe sometimes you need to just listen, be respectful. Maybe you already know I'm not going to execute that for one reason or another, but you still got to go about this the right way. So you got to respect the communal wisdom. That means those that are around you, those who are taking the time to even talk to you. Think about that. If people are willing to sacrifice and take time to speak to you, then you should at least listen, right? Right? That's going to be something that's very important. So you can ensure that your stability is there. There's a pataki in Obekana that talks about ekunkun, which emphasizes the danger of envy and misplaced desires, right? While showing how wisdom can transform threats into triumphs. Right? Very similar to the pataki that I read to you all earlier. Right? So what is that truly trying to bring to light? Right? Well, we got to be careful because sometimes we want what is not ours. Sometimes we believe that we are owed something. Right? And that's something you got to be careful about. It's called misplaced delusion. Right? Because everyone feels that we're owed something and we're not owed anything. Right? So then at the end of the day, you have to do what's right for you and you have to understand what is the spiritual guidance you were pushed forward. What is those elders trying to tell you? And you got to get after it. And as you begin to see things are not flowing the way you want it, and you go back into the prophecy, right, which we talked about the stability and the peace by way of Olorun, right, Otunwa, the heavens, right, that means Olodumari's will, and we got to begin to say, uh-oh, we're missing something, and we got to align ourselves better. The other piece, I think, of the Odun 2025, right, when we talk about Bekana, we talk about challenges, right, including the deformities and losses of things. You know, often, you know, these signs collectively, specifically speaking of Obekana, because that's the Toyale, right? Often signals the beginning of blessings, right? The beginnings of blessings. You read the prophecy again, loss of stability and peace, right? Loss of stability and peace. So then when you lose it, right, what do? Is the act of character. Do you have the character in order to push forward and where you're going to go and how you're going to get there? Right? Because it's going to be, that's the beginning of the blessings. When you're approached and you're resilient enough to get after it, you're resilient enough to do what it is you now need to do, and you work on that spiritual alignment, man, you're going to see a lot of greatness for sure. Right? It symbolizes the hidden opportunities in crisis. The hidden opportunities in crisis. Hear me out again, because I'm basically already telling you 2025 is not going to be a walk in the park, right? 2025 is we're either going to put our big boy pants on and we're going to get after it and we're going to take some lickings and we may lose some battles. But if you align yourself, then you're going to see the opportunity in the crisis and you're going to win the war. Something to think about. Right, so when we talk about maybe some of these other aspects of Odun, right? And we talk about Obefun, right? Obefun is an interesting sign because, you know, I read you and I kind of captured, right, what Obekana is trying to tell us. But now we look at Obefun, the first witness, and how it complements Obekana. And you begin to see that in Obefun, we talk about when fear first entered the world. We talk about the pact between Orumila and Iku. Right? We talk about those concepts, and when we reinforce that with the advice that we are receiving today, then what is that truly telling us? Right? Where is that truly taking us? And that's where things get a little bit more interesting for us, right? And that's something that I really want you all to kind of just have an idea about. Because Obefun, we understand that when Orumila and Iku did their pact, right, this was in order for us to avert death. This is the reason why we all put any day on, right? And what that's truly trying to symbolize is that, guess what? We may not take your life and you may be destined to do something, right? But we can end things in your life, right? Obefun begins to tell us that, hey, you know, going back to Obefun now, and now looking at the prophecy over here, over there it is. You begin to kind of highlight the concepts of what's going on in your relationship, what's going on in your professional life, what's going on with your friends, your family, right? And Obefun begins to say, hey, listen, the struggle bus is coming. Are you willing and are you able to get after it? Right? And that's something that I think is going to be very, very important to understand. Obefun is a sign that talks a lot about that, we're going to fight obligations this year. Obefun, just like Obekana, right? We got to do alignment. Obekana is trying to tell you, opportunities under crisis. But Obefun says that you are going to fight. This is what Obefun says. You have the potential to fight your obligations, spiritual obligations, physical obligations. I'm having a kid. I got a family. I don't know what to do. Am I going to leave them, not leave them? Am I going to support them? I'm not going to support them. I got friends in need. Do I help them? Do I not help them? I got to receive Babaluaye or local, whatever. I got to go become a Babala. Oh, Obefun says you're going to run from your obligations. I say you prove them wrong. I say you prove them wrong. Right? The other thing about Obefun, that's something I fear a lot of. And I think this is a big hit for me. Obefun, because I see that the Orishas, right? The governing Orishas, right here, right there, right? Ogun and Oya. Ogun and Oya. Here's something that I fear, right? Ogun brings with them opportunities because Ogun likes to pave the way in order for Elewa or Eshu to be that gatekeeper and open up the doors for you. Oya is the owner of the marketplace, the porter of Eguns, right? The wind and transformation. And when I see those things and I see a sign like Obefun, here's something that I concern myself with. I concern myself with health. I concern myself that everybody needs to be very, very familiar where they stand health-wise. They need to understand that they got to beware of contagious diseases. And I'm not saying another, epidemic is going to occur, but you got to concern yourself that there's something going on. This world is going to suffer from some form of disease, and we got to be careful. Some form of infection, right? Maybe some intestinal, maybe through food, because Obefun talks about the insides, right? And we got to be very careful. Obefun says that this year you got to take care of your brain health when it comes to physical ailments. How do I prepare myself nutritionally to do right? Because Obefun says that be careful, because like the crab, you can lose your head. And in this case, in Obefun, it's more your memory than anything else. Right? So very important here. Problems, and this is going to be a lot for the priests and the priestesses. 2025, Obefun, what Obekana says, that you're going to be struggled having to explain the obligations they need to do. The inability for your God kids to do what they need to do. Maybe it has to do with money. Maybe it has to do with trust. Maybe it has to do with, with 100 different things. What Obefun is already saying, for all of you who got godchildren, beware. We're going to be struggled. We're going to be challenged, right, this year, because problems with the godchildren are going to be evident. Problems with the godchildren, right, having to come to the priest and priestesses so they can prove themselves. Because again, I go back to that word, otonwa, right? That word, otonwa, and you begin to kind of see that Olodumare and Olofin is even going to challenge the priest and the priestesses. Are you going to help the humans? Did you take on an obligation without truly understanding what you were getting yourself into? Right? And that's going to be something that's going to be very interesting this year. Obefun is a sign, just like all the Obes, and like Eob. We talk a lot about Obatala, the children of Obatala. Let me explain something. And I'm going to make this very frank, because in Obekana, Obefun, and Eob, I'm going to tell you guys each and every something. If Ogun and Oya, right, are governing, right? Ogun governing, Oya is supporting. And now I'm telling you that all the Yobes came out. Obe, Obekana, Obefun, and Yob. Right? If you are a son or daughter of Obadala, if you are a son or daughter of Ogun, if you're a son or daughter of Oya, and you got told that you need to go get crowned, and you haven't gotten crowned, and you've been sitting on it, and you're like, no, not really, or maybe I don't want the responsibilities or obligations, you need to have a serious conversation with your elders, because this is the year where alignment has to happen. This is where Olodumare, Otonwa, I didn't make this up, Otonwa from the top is saying we need to get our stuff together. Right? Very, very, very important. Because Obefum with Obekana, like the Pataki, Obefum talks a lot about where there's going to be lack of satisfaction, right? Lack of satisfaction, lack of stability, right? And Obefum begins to remind us that we need to be sure, right, where we're going and how we're getting there. We got to begin to lock down those communal responsibilities that we have. So for those folks out there who have pending relationships that I don't know if I'm going to get married, not going to be married, I've been with this person 10 years, they still haven't proposed, and all those pending things. Oh, I had a relationship with this person over here, but now I don't, but I think I have one because maybe they're a best friend. Listen, get your stuff together. Now's the time. You got to work on those commitments. You got to get yourself not only spiritually aligned, but physically aligned with your surroundings, your friends, your family, etc. You got to get it done. This is the year where you align yourself spiritually and physically. And if you're young and your kids have awofaka, ikofa, Batala is now standing up and saying, Befun, Begana, Eobe, it's time for them to start to use their brain. This is not going to be the time where we start to kind of diddle daddle on whether or not we're going to go to school, not go to school. I'm not going to get a job here. I'm going to think about my life. No, it's time to figure out your life now. So for the parents out there, now's the time you got to push your child. Now's the time where you got to start figuring out what they're going to do with their lives. Now's the time. We got to figure it out. That's the goal. Obefun is not playing, and then Yobe comes right behind. I'm not going to even get into Yobe yet. I'm going to keep what Obefun. Obefun is a sign where we got to begin to between Obekana and Obefun. We got to look at the Eguns. We talked about where fear came into the world, where Osolbo was released into this world, where the pack with Igu and Orumila came into this world. So what does that mean? That means that we got to look a little bit closer to our ancestral bloodline. We got to look back to the Eguns. If you had a pending misa, go get your misa. If you got to go get scratch and palo, go get scratch and palo. If you got to do something, get your teja de egun. If you don't have a teja de egun, right, a towel de egun given to you by Babalao, consecrated, go get it, because you need to start working your egun seriously now, today. So don't delay. Get after it, right? And the main reason why is because the eguns come out and bump in the night on Obefun. Obefun is a taboo. And this is a taboo for each and every one of you. And you guys are all going to hate me for it because I'm going to say I told you. So Befun comes the old taboo on why we don't leave dishes overnight in the sink. Befun's taboo is don't leave dishes overnight in the sink because it tracks Egun Buruku. Right? The Eguns want to come out and they want to explore. They want to play. And if you don't have the spiritual reinforcements in the Egun side of the house, so do what you got to go do, you're going to start to run into some of these problems. And it's going to be important for you to always figure those things out. Obefun is telling me that at the end of it all, if you do not have your hand of Ifa and you're a female, Ikofafun is very important. Females need to receive Orumila in this sign. No ifs, ands, buts about it. If you have a daughter, if you have a spouse, if you have a girlfriend, and you guys are living together and you guys are sharing this spirituality and this walk, and you've been delaying at a minimum, they got to get their Ikofa. They got to get it. They got to get their hand of Ifa. They got to understand where their alignment is. Again, Obekana, we're at alignment stage and we got to get after it. And we're not necessarily getting there. So we got to move fast. We got to move fast. And Obefun with Obekana. Obekana tells us have patience, opportunities in crisis. Obefun now tells us, hey, listen, the beginning and the ending of all things will occur. But you got to be careful not to live in an illusion. right? You got to be careful because sometimes people seem to want the impossible. They try to overreach, right? In the military, we say something called the SMART concept. Something's got to be specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and timely, right? If you're like, hey, I'm going to play the lotto every day because I'm going to win the billions and millions and whatever's out there, that's very specific. Sure. It's measurable, 360, 3 more days, right? I got to play every day. The odds are against me. Is that attainable? Probably not. Is it realistic that you're going to win? Probably not, the odds, right? So you got to be smart about how you're going to get after these things. And then I'll tell you this, the day of Orumila. I recommend with Obefun present, with Obekana, and us looking for those opportunities that Obekana is telling us that will turn into blessings, that Obefun is saying that you need to all receive a consultation. A consultation this month in January at a minimum. Just get it done. So that Ababalao can not only bring the letra de año into the fold, not only can bring your Ikofa or your Awofaka Odum, right? Right, but also look and see what Orumila is guiding you so you have more specific instructions. Obefun is why we put Ideses on people. Obefun is the pack between Iku and Orumila. You want that advice. You do not want to let that advice run stagnant. And I think that's something that we got to always look at. So, we talk a lot about, Obekana. We talked about Obefun. Let's get into Eyobe, right? Eyobe is a sign that when you begin to look at everything, Eyobe is the head. Leri. Again, we talk about Obatala, the owner of the heads. And on this head, you have an Orisha Abatori, right, that sits on the head, right? That's your guardian Orisha, right? And we've already talked in some length that if you got some pending obligations and things you've been holding out, especially Ogun, Oya, Obatala's children, you better get after it. But here is the interesting thing. Eyobe is a sign that when it's all said and done, okay, you need to attend your head, right? You need to attend your head. And this can come in many different facets. It could be a coboria leda, right? So a head cleansing, right? Erogación. Right? It can be, I maybe need to do an embomesi, or I need to do herbal baths, and I need to cleanse myself. And there's many different ways that things can articulate here. But something that I said earlier, and I really want you to understand, is alignment. So if Iyobe is talking about the Orisha Abatori, sits in your head, guardian Orisha, and then Obatala is the head, your Ori is always going to be present, and it's the most powerful thing that you're ever going to have is your Ori. This is the reason why Baalaos tap into your Ori, right? And then I talked about Eshu in the very beginning of this video, Eshu Ipaku. The main alignment that's supposed to happen with you is living in this letter of the year. All three of them. You saw how I described them all to you, and they're all right here in the very top. We got to lead from the front. We got to be careful with depression. We got to be careful with anxiety as we go through this year. We got to begin to align ourselves because that's what IFA is telling us to do. We got to begin to understand that things are going to end and you can't be mad about it, right? It's time to get rid of this dead weight, the things that are not helping us, the things that are negative, the things that don't necessarily need to be in our circle. We need to get after it, right? And we have to either end those things so new beginnings can come and find the opportunities in the crisis that we talked about, that Orumila himself experienced and had to accomplish. Find those opportunities that are out there. When we talk about Eyobe, we talk a lot about, the sun rises in the east, sets in the west, and we have to begin to give thanks. Because now when I begin to look at Obekana, I begin to Obefun, I look at Eyobe, and then I look at the prophecy again, right? We talk about the loss of stability, we talk about the loss of peace, right? But it's because Eyobe closes this Ita pretty much by saying, when was the last time we truly gave thanks to those above? When was the last time we gave thanks to God, Olodumare, Awa Olofi? Another reason why, if you're a priest and a priestess, right, and you don't know your Moyumba, you're in trouble. Learn it. Because the Moyumba always begins with giving thanks to Olodumare, giving thanks to all the powers that be. Because we have to look at it as if the sun was rising in the east and we're saying thank you for this beautiful day and everything that you bring, and the sun sets in the west and the moon comes up. We got to look at the cyclical, the cycle of things. We just have to. We got to look at in Eyobe, right? That we got to be very careful about how we take life and how we produce the energy in our lives. Eyobe teaches us that if you're going to be smart and you're going to have positive, thoughts, and you're going to take this world with humility, like Obekana tells you have to do, right? And you're going to find opportunities in a crisis, like Obekana told you. Eyobe is telling you that positive mindset with patience, right? And with the spiritual devotion and the obedience that you need to kind of find, you're going to begin to align yourself and you're going to get to where you're going to do. But if you find yourself in a negative headspace, if everything is bothering you, I don't like my boss, I don't like my wife, I don't like my husband, I don't like my boyfriend, I don't like my girlfriend, my kids are driving me crazy, I don't know what to do, and you find yourself in this negative headspace, ooh, right? I like to say, negative thought processes bring negative results, right? There's an old saying, and I don't mean this to any one of you, and I don't want anyone to get offended, but, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, right? And that's not an insult for anybody, but it's just trying to give you an idea to better wrap it up so you understand where to go and how to get there. Coming 2025, we're here already. We're in day 2, right? And we got to get after it. We can't wait, right? So then it brings me to another thing, Eyobe. Earlier in Eyobe, well, not in Eyobe, but I mentioned it in Obefun. I said the females need to receive equal fire. Females are going to be very much center in this year. The females have to get after it this year and get into their spiritual development and spirituality. That's going to be key for them, right? Because Eyobe is a sign and not only talks about the women getting the stuff squared away, but in Obefun and Eyobe, you'll see a relationship between two patakis. One where the female had to receive the ideas in order to figure out where they were going to go and how they were going to get there. But then you look at Eyobe, and Eyobe begins to tell us that the children now, right, the offspring of these women, particularly, have to jump in and figure out where they're going. So I talked about the women because Obefun told me the women, and Eyobe is now telling me the children of the offspring of those women. So that means mom and child got to get them still squared away. Because in Eyobe, it says that the woman, the mom, is never going to know how to truly navigate that child until she understands what that child was destined to do. That's what Eyobe tells you. Eyobe is trying to give you the cheat code, right, on how you get after it, right? And that's something that's going to be very important for you to understand. It's something for you to get after. Eyobe is a sign where the head has to leave the body. Eyobe tells us to be careful about desires because desires are going to get you in trouble. What do you need versus what do you want? I think the need is more important than the want, and you got to understand what that is. The temptation, the desires. Are we leading with our head or are we leading with our bodies? Do we like to go to the clubs late at night? Do we like to go to the lounges? Do we like to shake it? Do we like to kind of build that physical and, aspect of things? Think about it, right? And maybe one thing leads to another, right? You got to be careful with that. The desires, right? The desire to drink, the desire to smoke, the desire for sexual activity, the desires. Be careful with that. Eyobe is telling us that, especially with a prophecy of loss of stability and peace. By the higher up, we're going to run into a problem. So Eyobe is telling you got to stay away from that. You got to be careful. So then, where do I leave off for here? Well, we got to be a little bit more conservative with the way we're doing business. Eyobe tells you, with Obekana and Obefun, right? Eyobe begins to say that we got to be careful about living too liberal. We got to begin to restructure ourselves and find the structure in our lives that works for us. We cannot live chaotically, and we cannot live by just going through the motions. We cannot be stagnant this year. And that's something that you have to remember to get after. There's a lot of things here. There's a lot of things here. But as you begin to be better, between Obekana, Obefung, and Eyope begin to tell me that people are going to envy you. People are going to begin to hate on you. Because while you're going through this process, you're going to have to clean your paths. You're going to have to remove people from where they're at. So Eyope begins to tell you, be careful with envy. Be careful with those people who hate down low. That's going to be massive. So, Eyope says that if you're able to survive 2025, you're going to be a strong leader. Eyope says that leadership leads through Odudua. Eyope. Afarafun Odudua all day. For those priests and priestesses, I'm not mandating this. I'm not saying that you need to, but you need to take a hard look at your guys' ita. Odudua is on the brink of a lot of different things. Odudua is saying that leadership is needed. Odudua is telling you in Eyope that you got to be able to lead your communities, your family, your inner circles, and you got to be able to do it right. If you're able to succeed in 2025, you're only going to be sharper and you're going to be more lethal in 2026. So I'm going to stop there. I said a lot. I'm going to look at the chat. Ask me questions if you have things in the chat, and we're going to get after it. Let's see what else we got over here. Let's see. We got Buru Boy Bucheche, SB Wisdom, and Buru Boy Bucheche. Thanks for clarifying, Barino. I thought the tools that is used by the Bawala was a deer antler. No, Buru Boy Janae. So there's versions of the tools. So you are partially correct, right? But there's going to be times where we're going to need to invoke the power of Bekana, right? No different. And guess what I'm going to do this year? I got to make sure that, because, you can't poach elephants, but there's people who done bad things. So there's things and, there's bones out there. And maybe I got to get myself a bone tools, right, from an elephant, right? And I got to ask IFA about those things. No different than I'm telling you all to go, find guidance from IFA. I got to do the same. So it's a great question and great thought process that we can share amongst ourselves. Divine and Boy Abucheche. Amir, Ariel, Yusuf, Marente Bey, Odudua was sacrificed by Eyope in Obekana. Nahe, Buruboya. So in Obekana, Odudua's battle with Obatala lives in Eyope. I mean, there's some truth to that, but it's the reason why. Obekana, when you begin to look at Obekana, you start to talk about not only the Odudua per se, but you talk about the cloth, the birth of the Opun, Ate, Iroke, Irofa, but the Allah, right? We talked about Orumila's white gown, right? And we talk about how all things come tumbling down in Obekana. And Odudua, no different than in Otura Meji, we start to see his journey when he started going to Mecca, right? And Odudua started to battle some of these different factions, right? And we begin to look at the battle between Obatala and Odudua, and I'm going to have to do a video on this because it talks about where Orumila had to step in, right, and convince the two before they ended the war between Odudua and Obatala, right? And we had to ensure that the peace was maintained and the reign of this world was in order. But that is a very good point, right? A very, very good point. So Odudua. Now, when we begin to kind of see some of the other aspects, let me make sure I got everybody on the chat before I keep going on. And Buru Boy, he used the elephant tails to make the IFA. Yeah, Buru Boy. Oye, babe, you're Bawalau? Because that's exactly true. That's exactly true. We use the elephant tail, the string that we string the days with. Oye, Buru Boy, Amir. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So my farafungo do babale. I like it. Taisha, my farafungo do. You'll be killed. Do I don't be gonna. Ache. Gotcha. We kind of talked about that one. All right. So I think I answered everybody in the chat. Hey guys, unless you got anything else, again, this is gonna be a crazy. I'm talking about Turame. You already know the walk of Odudua. Salam alaikum, alaikum salam. Mangarinya ifa male. All right. So the and they lost my train of thought. He got me all excited with Turame. But anyway, hey guys, 2025 is gonna be a crazy year, right? Subscribe to the podcast. Make sure you hit me up for the Sundays. Go and register for a course. Start aligning yourself. Get yourself ready to go. A lot of great things are going to happen in 2025. But lastly, I'll leave you with this. This ebo that you see on here. The ebo. Where am I at? Where am I at? There you go. Ebo. Hey, the go-to Ogun. The go-to Ogun. This is an ebo that's marked for this particular sign. Because Ogun came out, defending, governing this year. They'll go to Ogun in a specific way that the Babalaos need. They know how to do it, right? They know how to get all those ingredients, get everything together. That's what Babalaos specialize in, right? I recommend you do. That's something that's going to be necessary because the pending battles and the pending roads that need to be paved and the evolution that we're going to rely on Ogun for is going to be tremendous. And Oya's winds are not going to falter. Oya's winds are going to be right behind it, starting the transformation process. And in order to build our prosperity, okay, we're going to need to really get after it, right? Because Oya owns the marketplace. She's the one that's kind of pulling and tugging with the Eguns. We need to get our spirituality right. A lot of advice was given to us today, and that's going to be important. Paul, you got a question there. What is the second Eleke you are wearing? Which one? Oh, this one? Odudua. Amir, I knew Amir was going to log in. I got to put Odudua on. I'm out for that phone Odudua all day. All right. All right. Where we at? All right. Perfect. All right. Hey, so guys, 57 minutes. We talked for a while. I answered all the questions on there. Hey, if you guys ever need anything, you already know, please reach out, right? My emails are always listed. You got the email or my descriptions below you.
All right, so I want to give a shout out to your favorite Babalawo. He actually, a lot of these are done sometime in Spanish, you know what I'm saying? Because for some reason, they're done. This is the only English one. So this is your favorite Babalao on YouTube. Please check him out. He is a great source of information. So are there any questions from anyone in the chat about the Odu for this year? I want to put my thing in here. Put the StreamYard. If there's any questions by anybody. Okay, if there's no questions, okay. So if you guys want to see it again, you can either do the replay. Also check your favorite Babalawo. And we're gonna see some more La Letra de Año. I think he has one from Cuba. So if anyone is initiated from Cuba, I'll be playing that one too when it comes out. But yeah, every year they do these, so it's very important to know about those. I'm gonna also play the one
What's up,
from
guys?
Joseph Baba Ifa, his interpretation. So you hear different interpretations of the La Letra. So here we go.
Uruguay Wichiche, Joseph Baba Ifa. We got a double live podcast going on right now about La Letra del Año. Share the live, let people know about it. Like it so it pushes it up. Hello to everybody that's coming in. Wow, there's a lot of people. Because if you guys have noticed, basis basically, to give a brief history about it, this is known as La Letra del Año, right? In Yoruba, it's known as the Odu Abaye. And what happens is divination is done by IFA priests to be able to determine what's coming this year, how we should prepare ourselves. And this is on a global level. So in Africa, it happens in June, based on their calendar. And in our tradition of Lukumi, it happens in January, right? So what ended up happening is all of the top priests got together and decided they're going to divine for the world. So on our side, it was people like Miguel Febles, Bernardo Rojas, Tata Gaitan, you know, Hall of Fame Babalaos. And in Africa, it's whatever chiefs are over there. I know Baba Popola pulls one. I know there's one that's more centralized as well. So they go through the same thing over there as well, because if you guys have noticed, last night I was up late, you know, so I was on the phone. And, you know, around 2 or 3 in the morning, I think, is when all the information started coming up. So the one that we're going to interpret today is Dibere, which is the one that comes from Dia de Octubre, or La Casona as it's known. And for all of those that aren't familiar with basically what that means, is there's a house over there where all of these old babalaos would go to do this ceremony. So it's basically the one that Miguel Febles left behind, which was left to him by all of the elders that came before him, where there was Tata, Bernardo, you know, really big guys, you know. So what they pulled yesterday was Edibere. And Edibere is a pretty popular Odu. It's one that you're going to hear about a lot, whether you're a Babalao or not.
So it sounds like he's doing the one from Cuba. So now you're hearing the one from Cuba. So you just heard the one from Miami. This is the one from Cuba. So let's go.
That's simply because it comes out a lot and it has a lot of great information associated with it. And it's one of the prettiest sounding ones. You know, like, for example, my Odu is Irete Otura. The nickname is Irete Suka. Thanks for the New Year's glasses. And or you have other Odus that have nice nicknames, but Edibere is one that just really rolls off the tongue. So it's definitely one that you're going to notice rings a bell when you hear it, especially being that it's so popular and it comes with so much, you know, grandiosity, basically, or grandness, better said. So Edibere is the way of saying Odi Obe, right? And the interesting thing about this Odu coming out is there was a recent slew of videos that came out on social media. This guy.
Okay, is he talking about the one from Miami? Maybe he is talking about the one from Miami. I don't know. But we'll hear what the Odus are. So he says Odi Ogbe. So let's go.
Discussing the topic as to whether the Babalawos could dance or not. And one of the Odus that people were basing that the Babalawo could not dance upon was this Odu of Edibere. You know, it's really all based on interpretation. And I think it's a good way to start because it's going to lead into so many other things. But Edibere is an Odu where there was a circumstance where everyone was coming into trance, right? And this was a blessing because the Orishas and the deified ancestors were coming back to earth every time the bata drums were being played, right? And this Odu is where communication first manifested from a tangible standpoint. You know, things like the telephone and whatnot manifested here, and they all derived from the drum, right? So what they wanted to avoid is people all being mounted and no one being able to attend to the orishas. For those who have actually been to an actual drumming, whether it's here or, you know, in Nigeria, the orishas come into trance, right? Or the people come into trance with orisha. And what they were trying to do was avoid a situation where everybody was in trance and no one could attend to them. So Orumila identified, being the original owner of the bata drum, that the Babalawos were going to have a very intrinsic role within that, being that, you know, by nature, they don't come into trance. So if anybody did come down, worst case scenario, the Awos were still going to be able to attend to them. Even though there's a bunch of Olorisha as well who do not possess the gift of Elegun yet, they usually do that. But actually, that's actually the original role of the Babalawo. After the Orisha would manifest and whatnot, we were the ones who would help translate and help attend to them. And as others were able to identify each of their spaces within the fraternity and spirituality, they started taking on the role.
So let me go into trance. Let me just discuss this. Okay. So, you know, in the Christian church, right, what happens is you have the Holy Spirit. So what's supposed to happen, which I don't really see happening in the church today, is that when the Holy Spirit comes down, right, and it's speaking in tongues and this, that, the other, there should be a person to translate it. So in IFA tradition, when a person catches the spirit, there's supposed to be a priest to, when it starts to talk and whatever, it's supposed to, the Babalao is the one that's supposed to translate that. So that's what he's talking about. So let's go.
So in this Odu, it's identified why the Bata drum is able to call the Orishas from heaven to earth, and why the Babalawos have such, you know, an important role within the Bata process, the Anya process. We're not the only role holders, you know, there's Olorisha brothers and sisters that incorporate as well. But that's why ultimately on this side of the world, no consecration of Anya or Bata can be performed without the presence of Babalawos, which in reality, when we look at the spirituality in general, we need from each other. For example, the same way no Ifa initiation can occur without Olorisha being present, no Orisha initiation or process should occur without a Babalawo being present. And this is the same here, just as in Africa. And this is one of the Odus that stipulates that. So, and it's also one of the Odus why certain houses of Anya or Bata state that to be initiated into that sphere, you can't come into trance with your Orisha. But the ironic part about it is when you look at Isheshe and whatnot, over there.
Let me explain what Anya is. Anya is the spirit of the drum. So when he's talking about Anya, that is the actual spirit. When they use that drum, it actually is talking. It actually like is, there are certain tones within the Yoruba language that the drum itself makes those tones. And so there's actually words being said when they're playing those drums. It'll be like do 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 do. So when you're actually like hearing like an actual drumming ceremony and you have those specific drums, those drums are actually talking. It's called the talking drum. And that's why they call the spirit of the drum Anya. So that's what he's talking about.
There, you can initiate into the priesthood of Ayang in a more direct way, almost the same way we initiate into Orishas like Shango and Oshun on this side of the world. And I've even heard of them coming into trance with her. So it's really foreign stuff to us. But, you know, at the end of the day, from what I've noticed, the majority of brothers, whether they come into trance or not with Orisha or
Before I even go, so the spirit of Anyan is a feminine spirit. The drum is a feminine spirit. So just so you know, so they come into the spirit of her. Yes, the spirit of the drum is feminine.
Egun, when they're playing the drum, none of that happens because Anya, just like Orumila and a couple other energies that are inside, don't like to share space. They kind of hold it down on their own. So that's one of the first patakis within Edibere. Edibere is interesting as well because it has a pataki that speaks of when the bata drum and Anya had no custodian, right? It had no one that would attend to her or focus completely on her or guard her. Because of it, people would take advantage of her or people would do witchcraft to her. Like, you know, one of the worst parts of our religion or aspects that manifested here, honestly, is when people utilize a situation such as a drumming to be able to, you know, spread witchcraft easily. Unfortunately, it's a scenario where there's a lot of people and it's very easy to drop a bomb there. And they were actually doing witchcraft to the drum that either Shango or Orumila owned based on how you look at the pataki or the story at the moment or time frame. So Anya was suffering, Bata was suffering. And, you know, she went for divination. A divination was performed for her where the Odu of Edibere was revealed, where Ifa stated that she needed a custodian or she needed to perform sacrifice to the deity known as Eshu. And when she did that, Eshu, in this case of Eshu Lamu Lamu Bata, presented himself and made himself available to protect her, right? That's why when you go to Bata drummings or drummings in general, you usually see an eshu that's right there. It's usually eshu lamu lamu bata, or there's another eshu in the Odu of Odi Ogunda that is the custodian as well, but it has to do more with the transmission or recording of sound. And then when you look in Africa, there's actually an eshu that has a bata drum that hangs around its neck. I'm not sure if it's eshu olailu or eshu lalu, but it's something similar. And once eshu started rolling with the drum, eshu started protecting the drum. So when people would try to do witchcraft to bata or to orumila or shango, eshu would be like, hey, watch out for this person, or hey, I'll handle that brujeria. He was always the eyes of the drum. And in Edipere is identified why the drum should always be protected or watched. So that's why eso, eshulalu. Thank you. And that's why the drum should never be left alone. So, even with my Anya brothers or brothers of the drum that I've met, there was always somebody that stayed with the drum. In modern times, you don't see that now. You see the bata players, sometimes they'll go into a house, they'll leave the drum regao, and they'll go outside and politic and talk and do whatever it is that some of them might be doing, and they leave the drum alone. Really, really scary. Because this Odu of Edipere says that Anya is one of the most delicate orishas, period. The same way when I would go to an IFA and I wouldn't leave certain things in the room alone, especially if they belong to my godfather. The same way when we go to a drumming or we're incorporating ourselves, one of the brothers always stays with the drum, and we kind of, rotate in and out. And it's not that we don't trust the people that we've invited or that have invited us into their home, but it's basically protocol. The same way we don't leave our children with everybody, the same way we don't leave our families with everybody, the same way you don't leave $1 million with everybody, the orishas are as priceless as that. So a lot of those concepts first manifested here. So the eshu that actually is the custodian of the drums of bata are here. And then the same way, the drums of bata, all of the drums have an icon that go next to it that protect it. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. All right. Just the boss telling me, making sure I touch on some certain points that she wanted, right? So some good patakis up front, but definitely, when we're looking at La Letra del Año, we want to kind of look at it at a full or on a full scale. So one of the things about the Odu Abaye that's really key is identifying the prophecy with which this Odu presents itself. So unfortunately, this year, the world came ayewu, right? Or a negativity or a warning. I'll be frank with you. Some of the best years of my life have been me coming Osobo. I think it keeps us a little more on point and it keeps us a little more accountable. And with that, those kind of habits, usually better things happen. Because usually when people come ire, they usually get very lax, or they're not worried about it, or they're like, I'm going to be blessed anyway. They might not be as motivated to perform the ebo. So the world came ayewu basically at the moment. Now, the negativity that presented itself, or that we have to be careful with, is ona buruku, right? Now, the word ona means path, and buruku means twisted. So basically, it's a negativity or warning of going down the wrong path, right? Now, the word alaye was incorporated, which I'm guessing.
Hello, sister. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
They were talking about a shoe, earlier, and I'm gonna bring it back again so that so you can see it. I'm not sure you didn't get to see it. So
No, I
they
didn't.
were
I
talking
didn't.
about Eshu and the drum, and how in this La Letra de Año, how Eshu is very important in this whole thing, because
Yes.
it's dealing with the drum. And you are Eshu, Nikki. You are the Eshu of Dallas, and I wanted to bring you on to talk about some of the things. So I'm gonna bring it back a little bit and let him say what he was gonna say, and just let me know when to stop it. Okay.
Okay.
Make a point. Okay.
Okay.
You're about or not, simply because it comes out a lot, and it's on the phone, and around 2 or 3 in the morning, I think, is when all the information started coming up. So the one that we're going to interpret today is Edipere, which is the one that comes from Dia de Octubre, or La Casona as it's known. And for all of those that aren't familiar with basically what that means, is there's a house over there where all these old babalaos would go to do this ceremony. So it's basically the one that Miguel Febles left behind which was left to him by all of the elders that came before him, whether it was Tata, Bernardo, really big guys, So what they pulled yesterday was Edibere. And Edibere is a pretty popular Odu. It's one that you're going to hear about a lot, whether you're a Babalawo or not, simply because it comes out a lot and it has a lot of great information associated with it. And it's one of the prettiest sounding ones. Like, for example, my Odu is Ide de Otura. The nickname is Ide de Suka. Thanks for the New Year's glasses. And or you have other Odus that have nice nicknames, but Edibere is one that just really rolls off the tongue. So it's definitely one that you're going to notice rings a bell when you hear it, especially being that it's so popular and it comes with so much, grandiosity, basically, or grandness, better said.
Right. So he said Edibere. Is it Edidi Bere?
Adibere. It all depends on how you pronounce it. I ain't gonna lie. I am not gonna disrespect how the language is done because he sound like he's doing it right. Adibere.
Is that Ed and then is that
Ed, depending on again how it is, Edpera or Edipere, where it's PR with the asterisk.
okay? Is that what that okay? So I didn't know. I was like, is that Ejiogbe or okay? Because the other one they did two. There's one that I did earlier. I thought that I had sent you the link, but he was saying that the one in Miami came out like with but I think he's talking about the one in Cuba. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he's the one in Cuba or another one in Miami. I don't know because all the Babalaos do readings and so, but it's good to like learn all the readings so you get to like know what the forecasts are across the board because they're all saying different things. I'm saying one's Ejiogbe with Ogbe Kana and then Ogbe something else. So
What I got is Ogbe or Torapan.
yeah, so but it's all doing Ogbe. That's one crazy thing. So I didn't know whether he was saying, but he's saying better mean okay, better, okay, almost Edibara. Okay, here we go.
So Edibere is the way of saying Odi Obe, right?
Adipope.
And the interesting thing about this Odu coming out is there was a recent,
so they all came out with
slew of
Ogbe.
videos that came out on social media discussing.
They're all coming out with Ogbe. So open road, but they're also coming out with Osogbo. So too, that's an interesting thing. So Osogbo is misalignment. So we're gonna see like some challenges this year. So let's go.
The topic as to whether the Babalawos could dance or not, and one of the Odus that people were basing that the Babalawo could not dance upon was this Odu of Edibere. It's really all based on interpretation, and I think it's a good way to start because it's going to lead into so many other things. But Edibere is an Odu where there was a circumstance where everyone was coming into trance, right? And this was a blessing because the Orishas and the deified ancestors were coming back to earth every time the bata drums were being played, right? And this Odu is where communication first manifested from a tangible standpoint. Things like the telephone and whatnot manifested here, and they all derived from the drum, right? So what they wanted to avoid is people all being mounted and no one being able to attend to the Orishas. For those who have actually been to an actual drumming, whether it's here or in Nigeria, the Orishas come into trance, right? Or the people come into trance with Orisha.
Witnessed that last night.
Was avoid a situation where everybody was in trance and no one could attend to them. So Oromila identified being the original owner of the.
That's why I had to bring you up here because we just had this conversation earlier, right? And watch what he says. That's why I was like, let me call her because I said, hold up, this is crazy.
And he's correct. It's like when we had, you got a lot of people that are being mounted and you don't have any of the priests that are there to be on the side to actually bring these people back to where they need to or be able to facilitate to make sure that lower or spirit don't jump to another person because somebody can grab a hold of somebody else and that spirit can jump into that person and jump into that person every time you touch somebody.
There was a whole movie like that, right?
Yep.
So here's the thing is that, so I try to like kind of associate it with like, if a Christian's listening to this, the Holy Spirit, right? What's supposed to happen is that when that spirit, when you get mounted by that spirit and you see them galloping, come on now, we already know what that is. And what they do is all the ushers, right, surround that person. They're all dressed in white. They have white gloves on. That's normally what happens in a
They
Christian
usually
church.
hold out their hands and they make sure that that person does not go nowhere than other than staying in that circle.
And
It's
don't
the
touch
exact same
nobody else.
thing that a lot of the mambos and the Anifas that are supposed to be trained are supposed to be there to do. Even certain initiators, depending on the initiated, where they are in the rank, with their, beginners, and they're the ones being mounted, then it has to be an intermediary or one that's getting ready to be a mambo to be in that circle to make sure that that particular person does not touch anybody else.
And let that spirit transfer to that person, because that's what's up. Whatever you got, message, whatever, blah, 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 that's going on you. That's not supposed to be, that's not for everybody else. And people don't even realize what's going on in their own churches.
When you have people in the church, this is what and this is where I have to speak with the church and remind them. You should have learned this lesson back when the Tower of Babel was destroyed.
The Tower
Now that is coming back into fruition, don't y'all think that it's time for y'all to learn some of those languages that were lost? So when you do start speaking in tongues, you know exactly what's being told and you'll be able to interpret the message. But that is something that is done in certain churches, but not in others.
Right. People just catching the spirit and no one's there making sure this, they just let them person just gallop on the side and don't even the spirit, and then somebody else could touch them and then they catch the Holy Spirit. Now you got the whole church and people don't even
far as the preacher is going, as far as he's concerned, he's praising the Lord that he's got all of these people, and it's more he starts bringing in that propaganda.
Right. And people don't even realize that you got people catching the spirit and they're on the side dancing and stuff like that, getting the spirit, and then someone go to touch them and they get the spirit. And they don't even realize that, no, this is a spirit jumping from person to person, from person to person, from person to person, because you guys are not doing it right. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to have that person surrounded. That person's not supposed to touch nobody. If she's speaking in tongues or he's speaking in tongues, there's supposed to be a person to interpret the tongue.
That's right.
You learn that more when you get into African spirituality than even the church does. And so now you have just people just thinking, oh, because they're just, the Holy Spirit just get to come down and just touch everybody, and we just all screaming and shouting, and ain't nobody there to like keep control and order. And
that part, not realizing it's one of those people's particular ancestors coming back through them, and they trying to deliver a message to them, not to them, not to the congregation, but to them.
To them, yes. Thank you. Okay, so let's get into it. Let's go.
About that drum, that the babalawos were going to have a very intrinsic role within that, being that, by nature, they don't come into trance. So if anybody did come down, worst case scenario, the awos were still going to be able to attend to them. Even though there's a bunch of Olorisha as well who do not possess the gift of Elegun yet, they usually do that. But actually, that's actually the original role of the babalawo. After the Orisha would manifest and whatnot, we were the ones who would help translate and help attend to them, and others were able to identify each of their spaces within the fraternity and spiritual.
You understand
what he just said? Did anybody understand what he just said? He just spoke facts to everybody, man, and I hope everybody got that.
What did he just say? Let's go over it. Because I said, you know what? I need someone to really get down to the business of this, because this stuff is not only going on in IFA religion. This is going on in y'all churches. Y'all are going to these churches and the priest itself is supposed to the Baba. So in our tradition, right, we understand the roles of each person. We don't just let the spirit come down and just be running rampant, running down the aisle and the pulpit. No, hold on. Let's keep this under control. Let her get her message, whatever she's off to the side, screaming, shouting, whatever she's getting the messages about, whatever. You don't just let that run around. That person's not supposed to touch other people, because that spirit could transfer. It doesn't matter about
what boggles the mind.
No, listen.
What boggles the mind is even in Christianity, and this is where I literally
hold on before you go into that. honey, Melissa, no offense. This is not about Bantu. This is about spirit. This is way beyond where you come from, FBA, whatever. This is coming. This is about spirit coming down. Because if you are even just an FBA going to an FBA church, right? What will happen is that people catch the Holy Spirit in all the churches, at the African church, the Jamaican church, the Christian Black American FBA church, right?
And here I'm here to witness as a child that grew up in all the different churches of that my own family. I have witnessed people act very pious to being in the holiest church where you have to wear white on on the first Sunday. You have to be in full uniform. And when people get into the spirit, yes, you do. You have a uniform people that are supposed to be responsible. Those were the ushers back in the day.
And the ushers would dress in all white.
They
Why?
used to, and this is something that was done in the. We stopped. Certain churches stopped doing certain things, and because they became lax on those etiquettes, it's like even in it doesn't make a difference what part of the African, even on the African tree that you're on. I don't care what part of it. I don't care if you're part of the IFA, Yoruba, Santeria, Lukumi. We're all part of this because we all got to study the same 256 Odus. We're all trying to revere our ancestors. We all have that. But we cannot be dogmatic. But we do have to have certain etiquettes that are in place that our elders already put there for us. And if you got the Babalao over here running rampant, caught in the spirit, who's going to catch him?
Mm-hmm. Right. And what spirit is over the Babalao? Because what is that?
Who is going to die to find out who that spirit is?
Exactly. So the
That's
bottom line is, so what Melissa's saying, she's probably a Christian or might be a Hebrew Israelite. I'm not sure what her religion is, but she's saying that she doesn't subscribe to African/Middle East religions. But if you're a Christian, that was in the Middle East, and the African Israel is in Africa, ma'am. So all this stuff really came from the Middle East, and it all you guys don't even understand. You don't even understand what your so you practice Near Eastern magic? What is that? I never heard of that. What's Near Eastern magic? You're a priestess in it's called Sheer? Okay, so is that the religion that you or the Sahir? Okay. All right, so even as Sahir, I'm sure that so here, right? When a spirit comes down, there is a methodology to how that is handled. That's what we're talking about here, right? So this La Letra de Año. So even if you don't subscribe to the African, you practice here. Bottom line, they all pretty much do the same ish. You know what I'm saying? You could be in a Native American, and they have a way that they deal when a person is actually getting a spirit come down onto them, right? There's a way that it's supposed to be done. What this Odu, Letra de Año, is talking about is these spirits that come down. It needs to be done the correct way. You cannot just let these things come down and let people touch other people, and then that spirit jumping from this person to that person, and now it's lost. Don't even know where it originated from, and now you got a spirit on you. You don't even know what the hell it came from.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is not just applicable to us Yoruba people, but it's also or people that practice the Yoruba tradition. But this can also be said about all traditions that understand spirit mounting, understand that spirits come down, and we have to like follow the rules when it really comes down to it.
Expect if she's familiar with a lot of the Middle Eastern religions, then she's already familiar with the Jinn and Jan spirits and the regulations of their cosmology. So she already knows that she has to regulate herself accordingly to those cosmologies.
Right. So if a jinn comes down or whatever comes down, whatever you guys conjure, if it actually comes onto a person and mounts that person, you just can't let that run wild. It has to be done in a controlled setting, and that is what this Odu is talking about. But let's talk about the drum and how the drum is important and how we don't even realize by the drum, right? You can go to the
The
club
drum.
and that spirit come down and hit you.
Remember,
That's
matter of
what you're
fact, I
missing.
actually remember when we talked about the last interview that you had with me, and I brought up how certain beats are very universal because I literally at one Legba party, I actually played a game with a lot of my people, with the people that came. I played certain drum beats on the radio and I asked them, as a DJ, I asked them, what country do you think that's from? Everybody was like, oh, Congo, oh, splibby, splibby. Same beats that we did in the Congo, they do in the Philippines.
Mm.
I chose another beat and it was fly. And it was from our Polynesian brothers and sisters, where they got that special drum that's real hollow. I can't remember the name of that drum, but in Africa they got that same drum.
Right. And when it really boils down to it, is that so one of the old dudes was talking about, like, taking care of your obligations, and you could choose to go to the club or you could just choose to take care of your business, right? And when it really comes down to it, then you got this old dude talking about music and how, like, the music will get you and the spirits coming down, and ain't nobody there to, like, govern that and all that stuff. So be careful in these clubs, you guys, the music and stuff like that, spirit come down. Yes.
That is one of my biggest that is one of my biggest things, especially when you go into certain clubs. They already throwing in there. I'm gonna say it like this: when you go in certain clubs, they already throwing away, and I'm literally saying they're already throwing away a lot of ashtray into the room, onto the dance floor already, just from the beats alone. If a priest like me or any other high priest that know what the fuck they're doing just happen to walk in there and collect all that energy, do you know how rich we would
Yeah.
be? But a lot of people won't recognize those natural energies because they too busy pulling on the physical part of it. They're not looking at it from the spiritual realm where you can just reach out and just pray about it and make things happen with the drums playing and the dancing, all of it. Your voice, all of that comes into play. And yeah, music is one of the main tools that they use against us. That's the reason why there's certain music I'll listen to, certain music I don't. I just can't. As even, in my professional as a DJ,
Honey,
there's certain
and,
music
and listen,
there's certain music that I can't tolerate.
right. So here's the deal. Just to, like, give Scam Chan, he's an atheist. He don't understand, vibration and music and how. All right, so let's just, like, not make it a spiritual thing. Let's just say that you can. Okay, let's, like, make it scientific, right? All right, music hits different frequencies, right? I can play a treble sound, it'll hit you in your head. I can play a mid, it's going to hit you in the chest. I can hear play bass, it's going to hit you in that lower region, right? So there's, like, different aspects of vibration. So when you have music and drums and stuff playing, this is what's happening in the club. And then you mix inebriation into it. Now you're highly suggestible because guess what? You've opened up your mind to whatever that music is saying. Your body is vibrating to it, and then there's suggestions of whatever that person is saying with that music. You got women dancing, your defenses are down because you're not even focused on yourself at that point because you're listening to sound frequency. Right.
Hits a certain way, right?
Yeah. In the head. That you played all high notes, you hear it in your head, right? If you play, go ahead.
Hits a certain way, right?
Exactly. That's more like that's head. That's like like I would say in the middle area. That's the center of the chest. That's the center of the chest. Yep, I felt that right there.
Apologies, I do not have the baritone
You,
sax.
you,
Look, I am investing in it, but just from these three horns, all of them hit a certain way, but I play the same rhythm.
you know, we can't convince a person like that, like
Um,
Scam. You know,
well,
he's, you know,
there. I just showed an example, and if they cannot tell just from that example, it ain't my fault. It
right.
ain't my
Go to
fault.
the club and you don't feel the difference, and then put. Right now, we're listening to stuff over like a cell phone. So like you're not gonna probably even get all those frequencies that thing is hitting. But let her play that in your face. It's gonna hit a different part of your body. I'm a musician myself. Like Scamshan, I'm not sure if you are a musician. I'm a musician, and let me tell you something. One thing I got taught growing up is black people dance on the black keys, honey. You play those minor keys, you know what I'm saying, versus the major. Major make you dance, minor make you cry, but black people dance on the minor. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
So, but if you don't know music theory, you wouldn't even to you it just sounds like a bunch of BS. You know what I'm saying?
Look,
So
even with a woman that has a voice, everyone knows their octave. My octave is A minor.
yeah,
Just when I have to sing, I always tell them you got to do A flat or A sharp. It has to be in A flat, A sharp, or A minor. One of those
but
three.
then don't fool around and get into that Middle East and they hitting in between both A minor and A flat into new.
No, girl, who you telling? I
They
I have
hitting
this.
notes
Look,
that you
I
can't
have
even hear on the
discovered some
piano.
music from them that had me going. See, this is the reason why I love some of my people all over the world. I ain't gonna lie. Yes, it does hit a certain way.
Yeah,
And oh
like
my God, when they
actually,
do the
Mary J.
prayers,
Blige.
when they do their prayers,
Yeah, listen, Mary J. Blige does not sing in minor. She's always flat. She's not even flat. She is in between notes. That's why she always sound flat. She's never really on key. Mary J. Blige as a singer is always singing, and I believe that's probably what is her claim is that because you can't really pin down the note she's singing, right? But she's
now you
singing
really
in
can't.
between the notes. You know what I'm saying? So and that's what is making. So let's go. She's not, but she's not even flat, child. She's in the middle. She's between major and minor and flat and everything. She just you can't even find a note on the keyboard or what how she's. You gotta tune that bitch and then play it. Tune it up, tune it to her voice. You know what I'm saying? They probably had to do
Right?
so much tuning to make that music fit her voice. Come on now. So let's get back into it. So let's go.
Reality, they started taking on the role. So in this Odu, it's identified why the Bata drum is able to call the Orishas from heaven to earth, and why the Babalawos have such an important role within the Bata process, the Anya process. We're not the only role holders. There's Olorisha brothers and sisters that incorporate as well. But that's why ultimately on this side of the world, no consecration of Anya or Bata can be performed without the presence of Babalawos, which in reality, when we look at the spirituality in general, we need from each other. For example, the same way no Ifa initiation can occur without Olorisha being present, no Orisha initiation or process should occur without a Babalawo being present. And this is the same here, just as in Africa. And this is one of the Odus that stipulates that. So, and it's also one of the Odus why certain houses of Anya or Bata state that to be initiated into that sphere, you can't come into trance with your Orisha. But the ironic part about it is when you look at Isheshe and whatnot, over there, you can initiate into the priesthood of Ayang in a more direct way, almost the same way we initiate into Orishas like Shango and Oshun on this side of the world. And I've even heard of them coming into trance with her. So it's really foreign stuff to us. But, at the end of the day, from what I've noticed, the majority of brothers, whether they come into trance or not, with Orisha or Egum, when they're playing the drum, none of that happens. Because Anya, just like Oromila and a couple other energies that are inside, don't like to share space. They kind of hold it down on their own.
Yep.
Anyab is a female spirit. So the actual drum itself, the sound of the drum, is feminine energy.
Yep.
You understand me? So,
Mhm.
hey, what's up, infinite energy source? So the spirit of the drum is called Anya. It's a
And
spirit.
yeah,
Yes, that is a feminine energy. So even though there's mostly men that play the drum, the actual spirit that comes out the drum is feminine. And what they're saying is that some of the drummers can get possessed, this, that, the other.
So that's one of the first patakis within Edibere. Edibere is interesting as well because it has a pataki that speaks of when the bata drum.
And hold on, you know what? How you know that people that play the drum? Have you ever seen a drummer get possessed? Like when he's
yes,
playing? Have you ever
I have
seen a
seen it.
drummer and then he hit?
They literally pulled him. They literally pulled him away from his drum because he almost broke the drum.
What?
Yes.
You understand? So people don't understand that this music that you're listening to, it has spirit to it. It has the ability to possess you. But if you just don't believe in possession, you just don't believe it could be true. Okay, continue to be on that level, but if you just don't believe it. No, there's not a trans rave party. You sound
Yeah,
crazy.
I look at it this way: if a person doesn't believe in spirit, but they believe in paranormal activity, come on now.
No, he atheist. He don't believe in none of that. But the bottom line, you listen. Just like the Bokor told you, Scam Chan, you don't have to believe it. Just continue to live your life,
Yep.
thinking this could never be true. Don't believe it. Walk into a club and don't and you find yourself tapping your feet without even understanding why. Come on, bass players, exactly. All these people could get possessed by that spirit of the sound. Bottom
Yep.
line is that, and that's what this Odu is talking about this year. Let's go further into it. Let's listen.
And Anya had no custodian, right? It had no one that would attend to her or focus completely on her or guard her. Because of it, people would take advantage of her or people would do witchcraft to her. Like, one of the worst parts of our religion or aspects that manifested here, honestly, is when people utilize a situation such as a drumming to be able to, spread witchcraft easily. Unfortunately,
Yep.
it's a scenario where there's a lot of people and it's very easy to drop a bomb there. And they were actually doing witchcraft to the drum that either Shangor or Rumila owned based on how you look at the pataki or the story at the moment or time frame.
Yep.
So Anya was suffering, Bata was suffering, and she went for divination. A divination was performed before her, where the Odu of Edibere was revealed, where Ifa stated that she needed a custodian or she needed to perform sacrifice to the deity known as Eshu. And when she did that, Eshu, in this case of Eshu Lamu Lamu Bata, presented himself and made himself available to protect her, right? That's why when you go to bata drummings or drummings in general, you usually see an eshu that's right there. It's usually eshu lamu lamu bata, or there's another eshu in the Odio of Diogunda that is the custodian as well, but it has to do more with the transmission or recording of sound. And then when you look in Africa, there's actually an eshu that has a bata drum that hangs around its neck. I'm not sure if it's eshu olailu or eshu lalu, but it's something similar.
Echulalu.
And
Let's talk about Eshu Lalu. And let me just say this is that so let's okay, he says we should prove spirits is this first. This is not the lie that we're gonna like go into that, because you were just talking about the letter of the year. But I'll
Yeah.
just do this, okay? Let's just like not even call it spirit, but let's just call it body, your nervous system, right?
Yeah.
So if I play a certain frequency, I could actually make your heart stop. That's proven fact. There are certain sound frequencies that can make your entire blood boil. Do you understand what a microwave is? You cook your food with sound. With
Yep.
like so let's just not let's okay. So we call it like frequency and vibration. That's what you probably would call it. I call it that there's also I believe that there's more to it than just frequency and vibration. That there's
Yeah,
actually
it's frequency, vibration, and I'll just throw quantum physics in there because I study quantum physics. and a whole lot of other things. It is dealing with dark matter, dark material, light matter, light material. It's a combination of a lot of chaos depending on how you practice or how you study. Everyone has their own way of thinking, their own way of processing certain things.
I'm just going by the way that you process things, Scam Chan. Listen, I don't want to get caught up into like semantics with you. If you don't believe in spirits, then that's fine. But that's what we're talking about here. So I'm not going to keep going back and forth about whether or not this is a spirit or not. Bottom line is, this is what we believe, and you don't have to be here if you don't believe in that. You know what I'm saying? And we can come back on another show and talk about something else. But when it really boils down to it, that vibration, there is what we believe is a spiritual aspect of that vibration. Now you might call it just vibration. That's all. That's all it is. Like, okay, this thing is vibrating at a certain level, and it's creating this cause and effect. Okay, you potato, tomato. Okay, so just let us
I'm not
continue.
gonna play. I don't like sitting here debating with people that want to mock our religion, mock our beliefs, because it's not our fault that they basically already had their religion beaten into us all these years, and now that we're picking up our religion back again, our belief system, what we used to do as Black people, people of the motherland, and people of North and South America, because we're picking up what was taken away from us. How dare you insult? I'm sorry. You disrespect the ancestors and your own ancestors by gaslighting people. Because it sounds to
And
me
he's
personally,
a black. He's a black guy. He's not white.
not
He's a
gonna
black
lie,
guy.
it literally sounds like somebody's having their own identity crisis and they still want to put other people in an identity crisis that they're trying to come out of for the last 300-400 years. Now that we came out of it and we're trying to heal ourselves, they want to try to
No,
they
no,
want to mock it.
no. He's a black guy. He just has a white guy on his paid thing. He's a black guy.
It still doesn't matter. Even look, that's fake, phony, and falsifying right there. Why would you falsify yourself as a, you know what? As a child of Israel, I'm not playing with that. I'm not.
Okay, so let,
You do trickery. The thing of it is let the issue. If we're gonna, look, let the issue is about trickery on certain set levels, and if he wants to focus on the negative aspects of the deity, so be it. If he wants to focus on nothing but negative aspects, that's their choice. Their choice, their decision. They got to sit with that choice. They got to sit with that decision.
no, no, I don't know. That's a white dude scam chat. Whatever it is, I don't care. Bottom line is that we're doing something here. So just let us cook, and then if you want to come up later on and say something, just let us cook and stop all this, because we really we're really like,
Not trying to be funny. I'm actually learning something from my brother here. I'm learning from my brother because my thing is I am open as the issue of North and South America. It's my job to listen to our people. So I want to listen to how they teach some of the things. I want to know. An open mind. I'd rather have an open mind and an open heart to learn new things about our culture that belonged to us, that was ripped from us a long time ago, and know these different pockies and stories. This is for us. So let him talk. You know, if he wants to sit here and backtrack with two Black women, that's all right. My whole thing is I got a brother over here I need to learn some stuff from. So let's put it back on the king, please.
Ashe, thank you.
Put it back on the king.
Let me just bring it back, because that's what I was here for.
How you look at the pataki or the story at the moment or time frame. So Anya was suffering, Bata was suffering, and you know she went for divination. A divination was performed for her, where the Odu of Edibere was revealed, where Ifa stated that she needed a custodian, or she needed to perform sacrifice to the deity known as Eshu. And when she did that, Eshu, in this case of Eshu Lamu Lamu Bata, presented himself and made himself available to protect her. Right. That's why when you go to Bata drummings or drummings in general, you usually see an Eshu that's right there. It's usually Eshu Lamu Lamu Bata. Or there's another issue in the Odu of Diogunda that is the custodian as well, but it has to do more with the transmission or recording of sound. And then when you look in Africa, there's actually an Eshu that has a bata drum that hangs around its neck. I'm not sure if it's Eshu Olailu or Eshu Lalu, but it's something similar. And once Eshu started rolling with the drum, Eshu started protecting the drum. So when people would try to do witchcraft to Bata or to Oromila or Shango, Eshu would be like, hey, watch out for this person, or hey, I'll handle that brujeria. He was always the eyes of the drum. And then Dipere is identified why the drum should always be protected or watched. So that's why Eshu Lalu, thank you. And that's why the drum should never be left alone. So, even with my Anya brothers or brothers of the drum that I've met, there was always somebody that stayed with the drum. In modern times, you don't see that now. You see the Bata players, sometimes they'll go into a house, they'll leave the drum regao, and they'll go outside and politic and talk and do whatever it is that some of them might be doing, and they leave the drum alone. Really, really scary. Because this Odu of Edipere says that Anya is one of the most delicate orishas, period. The same way when I would go to an IFA and I wouldn't leave certain things in the room alone, especially if they belong to my godfather. The same way
right
when,
here.
We go to a drumming or we're incorporating ourselves, someone.
That's just like saying, I'm gonna leave something very valuable out here and let the kids play with it and tear it up.
Or someone could just like take
Steal
the
it.
drum put something on it. So when you're playing it, it can like make everybody go crazy. And let me tell you something was crazy. What are we listening to when we listen to music? Drums, right?
Yep.
So here's the thing. So this is how this applies across not just any file, but you're listening to music, you're listening to drums, right? The drum patterns and everything. And what is this talking about? This Odu that we're talking about is how it was that there was witchcraft put onto what the music, the drums. So you go into a club, right?
No, actually, no. We don't have to go into the club. Let's just go and talk about the music industry right now.
Come on. Listen,
self-explanatory already.
Listen. This Odu is talking about how people.
I'm sorry. We got music right now that's so dumb that we got some music that dumb our kids down. It's insane. I have listened to a lot of our new conscious rappers. I like what they got going on. I love it. I'm listening and I'm paying attention. Yes, your elders are listening to y'all. I listen. If y'all got a good story, y'all telling a good story, and y'all got coming with some whole common sense with a lot of stuff, I will listen, I will sit up and I will pay attention. And I will push your music. Because if you got a good, if the message is good, I'm all in. If it's a fucked up message, I'm sorry.
And this Odu this year is talking about that situation, about the drum and how the witchcraft is put on the music, right? So be careful what you listen to, people.
Yep. Be careful what you listen to.
You go to these events, you're listening to music, you on the radio, you listen to music, you're on the TV, you listen to music, all this stuff. Gotta be careful what you hear. Right? This is what this is talking about. Let's go.
One of the brothers always stays with the drum, and we kind of rotate in and out. And it's not that we don't trust the people that we've invited or that have invited us into their home, but it's it's basically protocol. The same way we don't leave our children with everybody, the same way we don't leave our families with everybody, the same way you don't leave $1 million with everybody. The orishas are as priceless as that. So a lot of those concepts first manifested here. So the Eshu that actually is the custodian of the drums of Bata are here. And then the same way, the drums of Bata, all of the drums have an icon that go next to it that protect it.
Hold on. I'm trying to get
there are certain Loas and Veves that are with them.
Just the boss telling me, making sure I touch on some certain points that she wanted, right? So some good pataquis up front. But definitely, when we're looking at La Letra del Año, we want to kind of look at it at a full or on a full scale. So one of the things about the Odu Abaye that's really key is identifying the prophecy with which this Odu presents itself. So unfortunately, this year, the world came Ayewu, right? Or a negativity or a warning. I'll be frank with you. Some of the best years of my life have been me coming Osobo. I think it keeps us a little more on point and it keeps us a little more accountable. And with that, those kind of habits, usually better things happen. Because usually when people come Ire, they usually get very lax or they're not worried about it or they're like, I'm going to be blessed anyway. They might not be as motivated to perform the Ebo. So the world came Ayewu basically at the moment. Now, the negativity that presented itself, or that we have to be careful with, is ona buruku, right? Now, the word ona means path, and buruku means twisted. So basically, it's a negativity or warning of going down the wrong path, right? Now, the word alaye was incorporated, which I'm guessing refers to the world, right? That the world is on the wrong path. And it's nitori egum, right? Now, the word egum means bone or spirit or spiritualities. So this Odu is saying that due to spiritualities, we're on the wrong path. Now, how do we interpret spiritualities? It can be that we're not attending to our ancestors, which this is one of the most ancestral Odus that exist, because this is the Odu of the 7 African powers, right? It could be that we're throwing too much witchcraft at each other and we're doing too much brujeria to each other. So that could have us on the wrong path. Or it could just be that we're in the wrong situations and not aligned with our destiny, and we're picking up energies and spiritualities that aren't compatible with us. Either way, if I was saying our spirituality or lack thereof, or overstimulation, because it's not productive to be fanatical either, could be causing us to, lose, right? So if I was going to provide the recommendations that are going to counteract that, as we go through the various patakis within this Odu. Now, one of the things I loved the most about this particular one is that Odudua came as the Orisha that is governing the year, right? So usually when they do this, you have an Orisha that governs, and then there's a counterpart from a gender standpoint, opposite, that accompanies, right? So this year is governed by Odudua, who is our Messiah, our ancestral energy, all of these things, basically our prophet, besides Oromila. And the accompanying Orisha from a feminine standpoint was Yewa, who was the love interest of Shango, who was the deity that lives within, or is the deity that lives within the grave and consumes bodies and bones, together with her sister Oba, who unfortunately both went through the same situation with Shango. So immediately with these two deities, Ifa is saying that spirituality is an absolute priority, because Odudua is seen as a correlation to Egum, or the ancestors, and then Yewa lives in the grave. So that kind of leads us into segueing into a pataki. And before I do that, actually, you're going to notice, guys, as well, and some people may agree, some people might not, but you're going to notice that there's an ebo that is associated with the letter of the year. Some people do it. I personally do not. And the reason being is because this divination is done by said institutions on behalf of the world. Maybe they do it for notability. Maybe they do it out of the goodness of their heart. Maybe it's funded by government, what have you. But that ebo is done by the brothers there on behalf of Earth, right? So to be able to pull out a sign like this, there's so many previous ceremonies that go into it. It's not for the faint of heart. It's very costly. So it's really just up to you. But me personally, I do not, because that is for the world. One thing you can never forget, regardless of all of this letra del año talk, is you have to do a bowl from your hand of Ifa this year. And you have to get a reading with your padrino this year with Ifa, because Ifa is the only oracle that can see a year out to be able to align yourself with your world. Because the Odu Odimei says that every head is a world. So to find out what your letter of the year for your world is, you need to get a personal divination, either ideally via Iking or at least Opele, to see how are things going to manifest for you. Because you can do the Ebo from the Odu of the year and things can go horribly, right? And to be frank with you, it's a little, it's really up to the institution. But for example, it's quite a play, because let's say I pull out a letter of the year, right? And I'm like, everybody has to do this Ebo. It's a really great way to make some residual income, just being frank with you, as opposed to, hey, Mijado, come in, get your reading, do things for you and your family, and that's what's going to be best. And usually I've seen that people get the best results with that. People have asked me, hey, Baba, are you ever going to pull a letra del año for Orlando or for your house or for any of those things? I don't anticipate doing that ever, simply because I have so much love and respect for the commission of Miguel Febles, being that one of my ancestors, Beto Berosung, is actually in the photo with Miguel back in, I think, in 86. He's right next to him, next to Luciano Canto and all those guys. I have so much respect for what they did. I don't see myself ever doing it. And to be frank with you, there's so many letters now. I think, to each his own. But if it's supposed to be a global thing, I think between the two nations, whether it's Nigeria or Cuba, ideally would handle it. Now, some people are like, well, Baba, we need an Odu for the area that we live in. But if you're going to do that, in my opinion, I would just get a reading for yourself. And then no matter where you are, you're going to be okay, right?
That part.
Absolutely, because Edibere is the godson of Baba Irete Meji, and Irete Meji was Babaluaye's manifestation, right? We'll actually get into that one, because I know some people have been asking me on the channel about Irete Meji, and there's a couple sisters out there who are Irete Meji and their Kofa, and it's going to be a couple weeks before we come out with anything on Irete Meji on the channel as we proceed with our Meji series. So what ended up happening was Edibere was kind of wandering through life. He was looking for solutions. He was looking for guidance. He was trying to basically fulfill his destiny, right? And he kind of went through a couple different hands of different babalaos and priests, but none of them really caught his attention as being ethical or people that he could trust, right? So one day he arrived in the house of Babaida Temeji, who he didn't know anything about at the time. And this is actually one of the odus why the children of Babaluaye can become Babalawos, because Babaida Temeji was Babaluaye and did perform divination for Edibre. When he did that, Edibre was revealed as Edibre via his initiation, and Ida Temeji was his godfather. And because of it, he received all of those blessings, where all of the sicknesses that Edibre went through previously, Babaida Temeji was able to resolve because of his prowess over medicine and magic. So this Odu states that, it's not always who we think is going to initiate us. It's the person that is most convenient for us. So one of the biggest mistakes people can make now is selecting somebody just because they're on YouTube, or selecting somebody just because they're on TikTok, or, they have a Benz, or whatever is going on that seems positive about them. I'm not saying that those people can't be wonderful elders. I mean, we're on all of those mediums as well, but you have to get to know people and make sure there's a real preparation, because the Dibere, when he looked at Iratemeji, he was a little taken off guard, because when you look at Babaluaye, he was all flaco. He, had a couple sores, that had healed, and, all these different things. And he's like, I guess you're the guy. And it ended up being the best thing he ever did because of that. Babaida Temeji always protected it and made sure he was good. So when we look on a global aspect, this Odu is saying that people need to choose elders and spiritual houses based off of substance rather than flash. Now that the internet has really taken over to a certain degree the propagation of Ifa all over the world, it's easy to get caught up in that. I mean, we have a huge following. There's a bunch of other people online that have a huge following. Everybody has their reputation, but you have to really look at people and get to know them and investigate, because it's almost like starting a relationship. You can't just jump into things. It has to feel natural. And if not, you can get caught up in a very negative situation, because if Edibere would have chosen the people who seemingly had more funds or more, notoriety, they would have never arrived in the house that actually saved their life, which was Babaida Temeji's. And one of the blessings that Edibere had was that they could always call on Babaida Temeji whenever they had issues. So this Odu is saying that if Babaida Temeji is seen as one of the Odus that provides salvation from sickness or poverty or any of these things, Ifa is saying that our elders are to be held in high regard. Even if they're not your elders, the elders in the community are to be respected, because through a misinterpretation or a misunderstanding, little by little, the integrity of our community basically deteriorates. So that's one of the Odus there as well. Take a quick sip. Happy New Year to everybody. So many comments. We got 81 on one. We got 200 over here on YouTube. It's wild. Share the video, guys. Like it, love it, algorithm, all that.
Oh my gosh. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Can't hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. What do you think about what he said so far?
I like everything he said, and I learned something. He actually said the most volatile thing that is important. He said you don't have to do the reading for everybody else, but you can do the reading for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Get one for yourself, which is actually the best advice to give anyone. And if you want to act on, like he said, between Cuba and Nigeria, and I'm gonna throw Haiti and Haiti, Ghana, and Benin in there, because they are all working on the same thing. They trying to work on getting all of this stuff done, get everything done. And it seems like everybody just about has the same reading, because it is talking about that.
They're all saying the same thing. That's the part. One thing about being in this religion that I'm a part of, and you're a part of, and I'm so blessed to actually have come upon this, how they all end up saying the same thing. Even if they get a different Odu, they end up saying the same thing in another way. It's crazy. It's like, what?
Yes.
So let's go. Let's go.
Even if you're Black American, and this is just real talk, because I do got Choctaw in me, and I do got Cheyenne in me. Okay. So far as our Black Native Americans, you're supposed to be studying Hayuka. Just to let it be clear. If you don't know about all the Black Native Americans that are in America, since we want to call ourselves Black America, we are Black America. You're absolutely right. But I need to know what tribe you from. Are you from the Lakota tribe? Are you from the Blackfoot tribe? Are you from Cheyenne tribe? Are you from the Gullah Geechee? Do any of y'all know that according to the Creole language, all of those that are quadroon, my Black American people are quadroons. Do you know how many set quadroon languages that we have?
Yeah.
My Black American, do you know how many quadroon languages we have? We have 4 to 5 quadroon languages.
What is a quadroon, by the way?
Quadroon is like just what he said. We're all mixed, sis. Yes, we are. We sure are. We sure are. Some of us got a whole lot of stuff in us. But the thing about it is, I know my ancestors. I can actually call my ancestors all the way back to those that were in slavery. Can y'all do that? And on top of that, I'll top you off. I was adopted. I was a throwaway child. I literally got initiated to go and find my children and to go find my people, my real people, all of my Black people. Yes, my Black people are Native American to this land. Cheyenne, Choctaw, and Sioux, and a whole bunch of Gullah Geechees. So we can sit here, you can sit here and have this debate with me all day long, but either way it goes, the question is, do you know who your ancestors are?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who your ancestors are? My Black people, my American people. You need to, if you know your ancestors, then you know that you should not be forgetting the Trail of Tears. Did you forget about the genocide of the Trail of Tears, of all the Black indigenous of the Trail of Tears? But y'all want to put that, y'all want to forget that and be over here Christian and love this white man. Y'all about to make me bust out on my revolutionary. So I ain't trying to play with y'all. I'm not trying to play with y'all. I'm not playing with my Black people. I need everybody to learn their ancestors. We are in a time and day. We are in Aquarius of it is not the time to be ignorant. Ignorant is not bliss anymore. You either get yourself right and heal yourself right now, my Black people, because this is our year to sit back, take care of ourselves, learn ourselves. Learn ourselves. Learn about those stories. Learn those stories, the good, the bad, and the ugly. If you don't like your family, you don't have to talk to your family. Learn their stories, write them down, and then tell your family, God, let me tell you some stories about your great-grandfather that they used to do. Have your people raise them up, because here's some real talk. Y'all want to be Christian? Y'all want to be Christian? Last time I checked in that Bible, there are the multitude of the millions that sit at the feet of God. And last time I checked, if the multitude of the millions that sit at the feet of God are not your ancestors, who are they?
And let me tell you something. You listen, when I went and did my heritage, I found out that my great super great grandfather was Oba something Henderson, right?
Mm-hmm.
It actually took a Babalawo. I was talking to the chief Babalawo of Oyatunji. He says, Oba, that's a king.
Yeah, Oba is a king.
Right, because it was like Oba something, Oba, but it's Obadiah. Obadiah Henderson is my great super duper great grandfather in South Carolina. So he's probably Gullah Geechee. But Obadiah, Oba is a king in the Yoruba
And
language.
what does Daya mean?
What does Daya mean? I don't know.
I will let you go look it up yourself, because your mind is gonna be blown.
Daya.
Again, a lot of people, y'all need to know your names. Just like with my name, I know in Babylon knows me as LaShawn Levette. LaShawn Levette means to shine with speed. A lot of people don't know that. But if they go back and they study their own personal name, you can invoke your name.
The name.
But you know, when you got too many people that, you know, when you got people that like to live in Babylon, and last time I checked, even Christ said we gotta live in this world but not be a part of it. That's saying I gotta live in Babylon but not be a part of Babylon. So you can live in this world, but you can be a part. You don't have to be a part of this world. Those that want to get caught up in it, yeah, go on down that matrix hole if you want to.
So can you see my screen?
Yeah, Daya. The name Daya is primarily a female name of
Indonesian origin, that means young female.
Indonesian. It means young female. So you got a king, young female,
Also, the
or
Hebrew
young, as
name,
they say, a young female. If you got to do it back, you got to say it backwards. Young female king.
and then also a Hebrew name meaning God. So King God,
God king.
God King. So Obadiah was my great 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 grandfather's name. Obadiah.
A
So
name
I'm
means
not
something.
in the wrong realm. I'm not over here on the wrong thing. Why does he have a Yoruba? Oba is a Yoruba thing for king. Hebrew name. So maybe he was a Hebrew Israelite that came over here with the name Oba. That's a king and a god, where he came from. But just so you know, I got the records of my great 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 super great grandfather, King of God.
And see, like I said, it's time for us to literally learn our history. I can actually say right now, and I'm not even trying, I'm trying, this is not a brag, because when I say that even in my own family, it's coming full circle about a lot of truths, a lot of lies that have been told over the last 53 years that I've been living.
Man,
And we got people still to this day that will believe those lies. And when the truth comes out right now, everybody is in denial. So it's literally happening. Look, we're doing this in real time. Yo, curses are being busted open. Curses are being broken because I am doing the work for my family. I am breaking these curses. And my thing is, my people need to know. And I'm going to let them know. And I'm going to hold them accountable, because my whole attitude is this: we cannot be out here trying to do witchcraft on people. Because this is my attitude. I've been practicing for 21 years. I don't have time. If I got time, look, it took me 15 years to get in the place where I'm at right now. You got to have a whole lot of time and effort to sit and do witchcraft on somebody else instead of focusing on yourself. You follow me?
yeah,
Do you follow me?
100%.
It takes time and effort. You rather waste time trying to make somebody do what you want them to do. You're trying to control somebody instead of doing what's right for you and holding yourself accountable for the things that you need to be doing for yourself. That is the whole reason why you're supposed to be initiated. That is the whole reason why you're supposed to be in the culture, is to heal yourself, put yourself together, and break them fucked up curses that are in your family legacy and lineage. Instead of, you got people out here, I got these pots and I'm gonna wish all of this shit on these people because they did me dirty all these years ago. What the fuck is what is that? You're defeating the purpose of what your destiny is.
And Ashe, and you know what? Let me tell you this: is that, and Scam did the same thing with the Bokor that was on here. He was like, "So is witchcraft real? Is this all real?" Yes, it is. Now you don't want to believe it, and that's what he told you. Bokor said, "Listen, you don't have to believe it."
Wait. How can your name be Bakor and you say something like that?
No,
Just
no,
the
no,
word.
no. Scam Chan is up here. This guy,
Okay.
Scam Chan. But I had a Bokor on here, and he was up there questioning the Bokor, and I said, listen, now the Bokor told him, he says, listen, you don't have to believe it. The more
You
you don't
don't.
believe it, the better it is for the person doing it to you.
That's right.
Because you'll just think that, oh, I'm just getting sick. Oh, everything just seems to not be going right. And you won't do nothing to protect yourself. But if you do believe it, you know it's true, then you'll do what you got to do to block it and stop it. Bottom line is that now the people that are in power all know that this shit exists. It's just the other people that's stupid as fuck. Like, oh no, that can't be.
Yeah, you got a lot of musicians that have been sending a message out all long time. Matter of fact, the oldest message is one of my favorite songs. Stevie Wonder sung it, and then Stevie Ray Vaughan sung it. The song "Very Superstitious." It literally sings about the very thing that a lot of these people are talking about now. Very superstitious. Writings on the wall.
Hey,
Very superstitious.
keep going. Watch before you fall. Whatever the hell he said. You
Shoot.
believe in things you don't understand.
Understand.
Bottom line is that when it really comes down to it, is like, you call it string theory. We call it witchcraft.
Yo, the way I look at it as I call it karma. When you come across something that you don't understand and you choose, because again, with me being initiated to Elegba, you choose to go left, to go right, to go up, to go down. It's your choice. But you got to take responsibility for your choice. You got to be held accountable for your choice. And I'm going to leave it right there.
I'm gonna play the rest of this, and I'm gonna hit you back with what Bokor tried to tell you, Scam Chan. It's better when you don't believe it. When you don't think it ain't nothing, nobody can put nothing on you, then guess what? Okay. Honey, listen, bottom line is that you don't have to believe it. It's better when you don't. That's when they can really get you. Because you'll just think, oh shit, I'm just getting sick. You don't even know that. Well, what the fuck? Why do I keep getting sick? Why is my money out of my account? Why is all this all happening? And you ain't gonna do nothing to stop it because you don't know that there's things out there to actually stop what's happening to you. Because you're like, oh no, it's all bullshit. Okay. Ask SV, it's all bullshit. What is the look of love? Okay, so I'm done talking to you, Scam Chan. You're getting on my goddamn nerves because I'm a let's finish what we were watching because this nigga just sorry. Okay, it don't exist, Scam Chan. Why you watching?
I can't hear.
You can't see it.
I can see it, but I can't hear it.
You can't hear it.
Who's that? Oh, me? Tilapia.
Wait, you can't hear it at all?
Nope, can't hear it.
Tilapia.
I might have to reload my page. Hold on, give me a second. Well, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but
All right, I'm about to play it. Let me see if you can hear it. So
okay.
So one of the things that
Yes,
Edibere says is, or reiterates, is the importance of study. This is one of the first Odus where the signs of IFA and their patakis and SFA were written in paper. Once again, this is the Odu of communication, the alphabet, language. Edibere is somebody that is beyond intelligent. I've met a lot of really good spiritual professionals, babalawos, olorisha, oriates that have this Odu. Really, really talented people, for all of them that have it in initiation. And it speaks of the importance of study. And there's a couple different reasons for that. One of them states that one time Olodumare asked Ogun to remember something, right? And Ogun was told to perform sacrifice to be able to, not suffer embarrassment. But Ogun, being somebody that was really self-sufficient, really, felt himself, he said, no one's going to be able to embarrass me. I'm Ogun. So when Eshu heard this, he actually started creating a lot of disruptions in Ogun's life, causing him to get distracted, until one day Olodumare visited him and said, hey, do you remember those 3 pieces of information or that Odu that I told you to remember? And Ogun was like, no. And he said, you didn't remember Adibere? That's your Odu of initiation. You forgot it? And Ogun was like, yeah, I forgot it. And then from that day forward, Olodumare dictated to all the Babalaos and spiritual professionals, they needed to start writing things down. So this is the Odu where Ifa. So this Odu is saying that we're not studying. I just reconnected right now. So if it's still frozen, let me know. But this Odu is saying that we're not studying enough. People are focusing on other things rather than picking up the book. So this Odu says that it's very important for us to study, to be able to have competency, and to be able to present ourselves in a way to represent IFA well and attend to our clients in the best light possible. Because if we don't study and we're not prepared and we go through embarrassment, we lose
You
value
see
in
how
front of the
thick this
client,
is?
and ultimately IFA loses credibility. Not because IFA is incredible, but because its practitioners aren't studying or preparing themselves. And that could be due to a lack of spiritual alignment as well. I mean, I'd be lying if I said, thank you for the confirmation. I'd be lying if I said I knew everything about every sign or that I remember everything about every sign. But as long as we maintain ourselves in a motivated study, even passively, a little bit every day, we'll always be ready for whatever presents itself. So this Odu says that we cannot allow arrogance or overindulgence in just oral tradition to replace opening the book and memorizing things, right?
Yeah.
It's one of the overall messages from this Odu, because Edibere is a very studious person. I met Babalao brothers, very studious and capable people. Oriates, very studious and capable people. Santeras as well. Everybody that has this Odu, if they study, they are Ide. So if we're seeing this Odu for the world, we all have to prepare ourselves, right? On any various level, whether you have Hand of Ifa or not, whether you have Santo done or not, Babalao or not, study what you can as much as you can. For the people that aren't initiated, study as much songs as you can, study as much about herbs as you can, learn about the Orishas you have, learn about the Orishas overall, learn Adimus. And it may seem very trivial at the moment, but you're going to realize that all of those things that you learn before going across the curtain is the same thing that is going to benefit you once you get to the other side. So, for example, all those years that I wasn't able to learn how to run an Ifa, I was learning songs, and all those same songs are the same songs I sing when they invite me to do a matanza de ocha or in the Ifa or whatever. The same, like yesterday, we gave the Yamalata Shango, learned those songs before I did Santo at all. Adimus I learned beforehand. Take advantage of the time. A lot of people, they don't really like the Lukumi tradition because we're very limited on what we teach up front, but at the same time, they don't take advantage of what they could learn. So there's a reason that everything is in stages, because you're not going to have time to study those things as much once you get your license and you go through the curtain, as we like to say. So study, write everything down, keep detailed notes, be careful with paperwork this year, investments, make sure you're very diligent, tax information, whatever it may be, because this is an Odu of audits. So make sure, you have everything in line, because Olofing audited Ogun and Ogun failed. So make sure you have your paperwork and you're organized as we enter into this new year. Make sure before these next 2 months are up, you have everything in order, So study. Next, Pataki. Now, if we're talking about the spiritual aspect of things, everybody knows that Adibere is the 7 African powers, right? Now, the 7 African powers is an interesting topic, because I have like 3 explanations about the concept. And the first one is that it's the best-selling candle. I think there's so many people that it's freezing. Sorry, guys. I mean, it's a blessing, but there's so many of y'all that it's just it's crashing a little bit. I think we're back on. I pressed reconnect. All right. So what happened is in Africa there were 7 main tribes that they say, at least the way the paperwork says. And there was the Lukumis, right, which is us. You had the Bantu or the Congos, which are our brother Paleros. You had the Carabalis, who were the the Abakwa brothers. You had the Mandingas, and there were like 3 more. The Araras were there. There were like 7 ancestral tribes, right? And there was a big issue that was happening. And the issue was slavery. And, people from Europe and whatnot were coming to the slave coast to start buying our ancestors and hunting them and et cetera. So a couple of the tribes sold out, other than, the 7. But the 7 who were enemies at the moment decided to have this huge epic conference and join forces, because they knew that, yeah, they had issues, but they had an even bigger issues with the guys who were coming off of the boat and taking their families in chains. So they said, let's unify for now, and let's defend ourselves. And they actually went to war together as a coalition, and they won. And, after, they were able to defend their space as much as they could. Some got captured, some died, some didn't. They said that if they ever needed each other, they would pledge loyalty and go to war together, and they would put their issues to the side. So the Odu of Edibere, the 7 African powers, makes reference to the strongest 7 antiquitous tribes of Africa that unified against oppression, right? So it's a really beautiful concept. Anybody who has this Odu and initiation, there's a couple different things that the person needs to be able to, be spiritually sound. This doesn't apply to the world at hand. I'm going to get into that. But they say that Edibere is meant to have 7 different spiritual pots, 1 large central one, and then 6 smaller ones, each representing each of those tribes. Because it says that the person who is Edibere has a spirituality from each of those spiritual clans, right? With the central one being a prenda known as Sangara Musangara, which, all of your Ifa godfathers should have the literature to be able to provide. But, it's a really epic one, because when you really look at it, it's like, oh my God, that's a lot of spirituality. But the person needs that to be able to align in a way.
So what is a prenda? A prenda. He says a prenda. So let's talk about what a prenda is, right? What's a prenda?
I don't know. Not in Lukumi. I do not know.
The prenda is the actual cauldron that you put.
Okay.
Right. That's what.
Again, I don't know it as a prenda. I know it as something else. But you do have the prenda, the main pot, the main large pot, and you do have the other 6 round pots around it. The funny thing is, I actually remember a soup pot a long time ago that our African brethren and sister used to serve out of, and it actually had like 4 cups, that it had the 6 cups hanging off of it. All you had to do is grab a cup and dip into it, to eat the soup back in the day.
Yeah. So what they did was, they would have a witch, right? They would show a witch, and then she would have like that and be stirring this pot, right?
Oh yeah, the cauldron pot, the AJs.
Right. So
you have that one. In certain parts of Udon with those pots, it's golly, depending again, it goes back to depending on which Egbe and the Ile, what they call the pots, because that's what he's talking about is the major pots, that's across the board.
Right. Yep. So this is how they like made it seem like it's just.
Yeah, that's how that's Hollywood, and that's how they made it seem. But double boy, look, and where did it come from? Shakespeare, double boils in trouble. All that bullshit from Shakespeare's bubbles.
2 cow ears, frog face, or frog.
Now look, this is me being an asshole, because to this Shakespeare loveth the dicketh so much, he hateth women so badly that he mocketh them so well.
Right, but here's the thing: that all this is a pot that you cook herbs in.
Yep.
Just like when you go over your stove and you are making food, what do? Make some soup, right? So are you a witch now because you are you double toil and trouble with it because you're putting the herbs in there?
Yo,
all the things.
Here's a real example of history. And what's crazy now is what I heard recently over the internet that's blowing my freaking mind. But at the same time, I have to remind people of their history, especially when it comes to the witch hunts back in the day. Back in between 1500, the Dark Ages was ridiculous, but between 1500 up to the 1800s, when I say that there was a freaking, and I'm not gonna lie, I literally believe that man, our brethren, I'm sorry, I'm gonna call it what it is. Y'all really hated women so bad that any woman that stood up and spoke out, y'all just killed her on the spot. There's one country right now. And matter of fact, what's so crazy about this particular country is they massacred majority of the women in one village, to where they literally had to go out of the country to go find more wives. Guess what country that was? As a matter of fact, it's relating to something that this same country is doing right now. Can you guess which country that is? That did it back in the past and actually doing shit right now.
China? What country?
Germany.
Wow.
Did you hear about that 70,000 men on a Telegram chat thing? That whole insane situation. I heard about that. And when I said that was bothersome to me, I was like, it's so deep that a long time ago, I mean, it's crazy that just in y'all country, y'all massacred all majority of the women in one of your villages. And here you are today on the internet talking about what you gonna do to your mother, daughter, wives, aunts. Damn. Have we learned anything about our history?
No, we
I can
haven't.
actually say, look, from where I'm observing, a lot of these folks haven't. Y'all haven't learned.
How can you be a black person and be like just so? I mean, I get it about
Yo, even when this is what's interesting to me. They and I'm gonna say call it for what it is. The slave masters be tripping me out. They did atrocities to themselves, and we as the slaves, we watched them do atrocities to themselves. But the crazy thing is, they're more scared of us doing some shit to them than what they used to do to their own people. But then they have the nerves to sit here and tell us that we're the evil ones. I'm like, no, y'all do your own dirt to your own people. We're just gonna sit back and watch. You know what? I'm gonna just sit back and eat my popcorn and watch history keep repeating itself over again because y'all keep doing this to your own folks. You saying you're doing it to us, but you literally doing it to your own folks. And that y'all want us to remember history? I could tell you all about the atrocities about what our people did all through history. Y'all love Greek mythology so much. It's so much grape in mythology. Y'all proud to revere the god Zeus, who was the biggest grapist there ever was.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, a lot of them were grapists.
Right. And here's the
look, and this is what's crazy. Excluding, and I'm gonna call it out, excluding the one who actually represents Legba Ishu, Hermes and Mercury. In your face. Because when you look at every one of the myths,
we need to do a whole thing about the grapist.
I got all the Greek mythologies right here. We can go all through them and we can actually sit there and do a comparison of the masculinities all throughout the mythologies and histories and everything that they did, boy.
All right, scam.
The patriarchal is all about conquer.
You gotta chill out, Scam Chan. You know what? Scam Chan is an older man. Punchy. Scam Chan.
We are priests over here. Just because they want to live in their ignorance, let them live in their ignorance. Let them be with that. All they are trying to provoke or rise out of us. Ignore that and you keep moving. You do not accommodate the ignorance. Ignorance is not bliss anymore. And for someone to keep gaslighting people like that, that shows that they are so biased and they have their own bigotries about their own selves. They got to throw that out on other people. This young man, that man right there, he's got some personal problems that he's got to work with himself. I'm sorry.
He's in his 50s and 60s or something like that.
It don't make a difference. The thing of it is he's got to work that opinion that's your personal opinion and keep it moving.
Right. Let's continue on. Let's hear the rest of the Patakis. Here we go.
Way where they can have tranquility. Now, apart from that, there's an Isheshe verse that speaks of the 7 ancestral eguns that came down from heaven. And it's really crazy because a lot of people thought the 7 African powers was an invention from the Lukumi tradition. But this Odu has a Pataki or an Esefa and Isheshe, which actually resembles the one that is in the Lukumi tradition. It's just more Afro Isheshe Egungun centric, where it speaks of the 7 ancestral Egunguns who came down from heaven and established the Egungun cult in this Odu. So they have a 7 African powers as well, even though it's all within the same clan. So ultimately, you know, Adibere is a spiritual beast that needs to really align themselves with all that they walk with so they can see all of the blessings that are in store for them. But if they stay out of alignment with their ancestral selves, they're never going to reach their full potential. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of sacrifice. It takes a lot of money, energy, time, patience. But once the person gets things going, you know, it's really lovely, right? Edibere, ifailu bata, omoire, omowo, loda funshango, hawareo, olua bata, iluaeo, owabure, lesiogan, hawareo, ilua bata. So that's one of the prayers that goes with this Odu. So it says Edibere ifailu bata. That Ifa was the one who manifested Ilu Bata, or the drums of Bata. Omoide, the son of luck. Omowo, the son of money. Lodafun Shango, that which was prophesied for Shango. And if you guys hear the birds in the background, I got a little bit of brujeria to do later. You know, not brujeria, but I got some things to do for clients. So if you hear the cooing in the back, that's what you're hearing. I saw some comments there. Thank you. And
No,
this Odu speaks of when Edibere manifested the marriage between Shango and the Bata drum, or Anya, right? And people didn't want them to get married because they saw that they would be a power couple. That if they unified, Shango with his passionate playing and Bata with her nurturing character and her sound, they were going to be able to be a very memorable couple, right? And for everybody asking about the lives will be on the YouTube channel. Be sure to subscribe. So they went for divination. They performed sacrifice. They unified. They did a lot of ebos and processes to be able to protect themselves from the curses, from the people that were jealous, or all the witchcrafts that was being sent. And Shango and Bata were able to not only marry, but have sons, right? And this is where the Juramento of Aña first manifested after the drum was constructed. Ultimately, the Bata drum, there's a couple different ideas, right? They say that the first person to actually have Bata was Obatala. That's an Odu's like Otura D. Even this Odu or Otrupon Bekon Wow makes reference to it. They say that who constructed it was Osang and Ogun. Osang for having the wood and Ogun for having the tools. But who ultimately stayed with her, you know, with Eshu Lamu Bata's help was Shango, because he was enamored with her. He said, I can't get enough of her. To be honest with you, a lot of people say that Shango's favorite woman was Oya. And that is true to a certain degree. But his favorite female was Bata. They were so perfect because he would take the masculine superior role. Bata would take a more, feminine, submissive role. Even with that role, she still was able to exude.
I didn't know that even the Bata drum was a feminine drum. So all the drums are feminine.
Yep.
That's crazy. All the drum, Bata, the talking drum, all that stuff is a feminine energy. The drums are,
and that's the reason why they have to be protected.
Wow, that's crazy. So we're learning something here, you guys. The drums are a feminine energy. They need to be protected. However, people can put witchcraft on them when they're not attended to properly. And that's how people are able to put that negative energy into music and things like this. You guys pay attention, y'all. Listen, it don't matter what Scam Chan's saying. Let him go ahead and keep asking questions, because you know what? It's good to ask questions, However, this is a lesson about listen, IFA is not just about it tells the story of life and understanding each level of life. And if you actually look into it, it's telling you, okay, this is how witchcraft can get into music. This is how the drum is a feminine energy. It needs to be protected. You can't just have anybody controlling the drums. Whatever. It's showing you that.
Prowess to her tutun, and they were just a perfect couple. They were perfect for each other. They understood each other and their dynamic. Until this day, we've never been able to separate them. As such, the Bata drum, even though it's played for all the Orishas, belongs to Shango. Even in Africa, it's pretty much Shangos and Egunguns, where you look at the different drums, like for Obatala, it's Ibing. For Horomila is Dundun. Like there's different drums for each Orisha. In the New World, being that we couldn't bring all of them over, Bata got passed around to everybody. But ultimately, the guy who ran it was Shango, right?
So Shango, okay, being the king and also a warrior, right,
Mm-hmm.
protected the drum.
Mm-hmm.
Let me like listen to this. Okay, if you don't understand nothing about the religion of Ifa, Shango was a king
Yep.
and he protected the feminine energy of the drum. That was he was married to the drum, right? But
Yep.
dun dun by all of and if you and what's crazy the dun dun. Listen, I was a dancer. I was an African dancer, right? Back in the day, back when I was skinny and shit. Dun dun ba. You know what I'm saying? We had dances. Dun dun ba.
Yep.
Bata. We had all. There was always the different dances. Bata, dun dun ba. All the even to the talking drum and these dances. So people. So Melissa's talking about how Africa have different separate. No, when it really come down to the drum, it's similar drums, bro. Guinea got the dun dun. Nigeria got the bata. Like this one got the this. The da da da. So and they're all like, and they all, and when you go to these ceremonies, one drum might be more prominent than the other. But when
Yep.
it really comes down to it, this is a feminine energy that is protected by the male. What does Shango represent? Sacral energy, the shock, the sacral shock. Is it the sacral chakra?
Sacred chakra.
Represent
He actually represents the, is it the throat chakra? I
no, he
want to say
represents
it's the, I
no,
want to say in the chakra flows, he's a throat chakra.
no. Shango is the actual of your loins,
Ah,
of your vagina, and all this stuff. That's why they're able to use the music to
mm,
get what and go to the club and listen to the music and guess what people twerking, hunching, dancing, freaking on each other, breaking it down, all that stuff because when they bring that drum in your waist get to winding, wind it up and all that stuff because that drum those drums that is going into those areas.
yep.
Now, the treble, all those higher drums are those are different ones. But when you get into the deeper levels of it, it goes into your actual vagina, your reproductive organs. You understand? It activates that. That's why these so-called clubs where they took the club like okay, hit a woman over top of the head like a Neanderthal, right? And said it's a club, right? But the whole thing is that it's a place that the people go to get some pussy. You know what I'm saying? Or to get to mate with each other, right? They play
Yep.
the drum, they do
Like
the
what? Look,
dance,
it's supposed to be a place
they
of
dance
mating.
around each other, they get it all popping, drink a little this, that, the other, smoke a little something. Next thing you know, they going home. Why? Because the drums and that music done activated all this over here, all up in your loins and stuff, got you hot.
Yep.
They singing songs, suggesting stuff with the drums going. You hot and bothered by the end of the night. So understand what's going on with this music, right? And so Shango is the protector of the drum. So there's more to this. So I would say when it really comes down to religions, I don't just only I don't only understand just my belief. I understand Christianity, I understand Islam, and I think it's important that you guys try to understand even this African spirituality because there is explanations and things that you might
Mhm.
not even
There's a whole cosmology and responsibility, just like in the Christian society and in the Nation of Islam society. There is a true cosmology. The only difference is people choose not to educate themselves in the other religions that are out there. And not trying to be disrespectful, but many of us had that beaten into us to and conditioned into us to where that's all we know and we're just blinded by it. And not gonna lie, Hollywood has demonized it onto a level to where every time you even see anybody that's practicing, you already automatically thinking that they're worshiping the devil. And the thing of it is in Africa, we don't even believe in a damn devil.
No, we don't.
Everybody has a choice to do good and do bad. We talked about this earlier. You got good people that can do bad things, and you got bad people that can do good things. There is a balance, regardless of how it is.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't knock anybody because, again, I grew up in the Christian society. I know all the branches. I know all the books that they don't allow the churches to let everybody read until now. Because a lot of those books weren't available to everybody until 1990.
Man, why don't they have drums in the Catholic Church?
The same reason why they got the Black Madonna in the Catholic Church.
They know that's another deity. They got Black Madonna. They don't want to listen. They know that that's going to introduce another deity into the church. When you bring in the drums, that's honor.
They don't want to talk about the Black Madonna and the other things because that will offend a lot of people's other sensitivities and other biases and their closed-mindedness. So let's not get on the Black Madonna. We're gonna give a shout out to the Black Madonna, but let's not go there because if they don't know, if our Christian folks don't know about their own Black Madonna, then that lets me know that y'all need to go back and study y'all own stuff.
They hitting that organ and they hitting other chakras. They ain't hitting that sacral chakra where.
Oh no, even their chant. Look, not trying to be funny. Have you listened to their Gregorian chants and their sonatas?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you need to listen to a lot of their hymns that they have. Those same hymns that be sounding like the Omen.
That's scary.
Trust me, some of those hymns, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of those hymns, they literally hit me to my soul, and I be like, oh yeah, I'm with this.
Right.
Because I like the
chakras.
There's one that's called the Vogola. The Vogola literally is a lamentation of forgiveness. But again, that goes back to being educated in the music.
Wow.
If you look, and that's the reason why I say if you're gonna be a Christian, you better be a real Christian hanging out with me. If you're going to be part of the Nation of Islam, you got to be the real part of the Nation of Islam with me. I want to see you to be able, when I know it's time for you to do your prayers, don't be looking at me cockeyed and crazy. Where's your mat at? Get on your job. And if you one of those Christians, because not going to lie, there are certain sectors of the Christian tree that actually pray 7 times a day. But I digress, and we're not going to talk about them. While you focused on how the Nation of Islam prayer, you better remember that y'all have commune 7 times out of a day. Now that's being a real true dogmatic Christian. Those Christians, I salute because they don't play about their business. They don't. But these other fake, phony, and falsifying, shucking and jive and all of that stuff,
Let's go.
I believe educating yourself of everything.
All right, let's go.
So this Odu speaks of that marriage, and for all of the people who have a pending tambor this year, it wouldn't be a bad idea to make that happen. If you're looking for a good set of tamboreros in the Central Florida area, I highly recommend my brother Damien, Obetwa and his Piquete, beautiful brothers, amazing guys, people that I fraternize with. And, but if you're somewhere else and you have a great group as well in your area, make sure, and I know the Tamborero brothers are going to love me for this, but make sure you finalize any drums that you may have. It wouldn't be a bad idea to get it done sometime this year because Edibere speaks of the importance of, kind of sewing away any debts that you have with Anya. So it's going to provide a lot of benefits and blessings. I mean, if anybody wants to recommend any brothers that they know in their
That is speaking to me because I'm supposed to do a tambor. I haven't done mine. Wow, that's crazy.
areas or whatnot, if you see any comments, you're more than welcome, right? Spread the cheer. But in this Odu, it speaks of where Shango played the bata drum, and they said he became so proficient at it, he would play all three on his own. So he was really incredible. And this is where he married her, and they had sons together. And it's where the cult of Anya, or Ayangalu, as it's formerly known, manifested. And it's the same way over here, just like in Africa, right? A little sip of water. There's a lot of people, guys, man. We got close to 300 people between both apps. That's awesome. Share, like, etc. Awesome. So, touching on the spiritual aspect of things as well, this is an Odu that speaks very positively about all the great comment. It speaks about all the Afro-descendant traditions that came from the continent, right? So one of them that, spoken of very positively here is that of Mayombe. Usually if the person has a dibere, they could get scratched, or they're already scratched, or in the past life they were scratched, so they don't have to do it again today or now. But in this sign was where the Congos actually wanted to go to war with Orumila, right? And Orumila heard about this. And he was a little bit troubled because he knew that they were very aggressive, almost savage-like, right? And he didn't want to go head-to-head to them, not because he didn't think his tribe could put up a good front or possibly even win. He just knew that the bloodshed was going to be so bad that he wanted to avoid it on both sides, So he got a group of Babalaos together. A Dibere was revealed where Ifa told them to perform sacrifice with wood and goats, right? And when they did that, ultimately, the drums were confectioned. So the day of the battle came, and Ifa's message was to play. And Orumila was a little scared because he's like, we're going to be playing this drum while these people are hacking us to death. And he put the three brothers up front, or four, depending, because over there it's four of them. And when the Congos were charging, they started, thank you so much, 200 people, man, that's wild. They started charging, and, they started playing the drum. And when the Congos heard the drum being played, they all got stopped in their tracks. They all got paralyzed in their tracks. They had never heard anything like that. Some of them stood still. Some started dancing. Some started coming into trance, whatever. And at that moment, Orumila looked at the other general, and they had a conversation. And Orumila said, your army looks a little distracted. He said, yeah. He said, well, this is what we could do. Either we could hack you down, because obviously there's going to be no way to get their attention while my guys are playing, or we can all go home and make peace. We can respect each other's limits and boundaries. Maybe you can even get a set of these. And, the guy looked, and he was like, yeah, I think we'll go home. In some versions, he was like, no, we're going to die. And they all died. But in other versions, they decided to make peace. And believe it or not, the Congos actually got their drum here too. I think it's the Ngoma, if I recall correctly, right? And they took the drums back, los tambores de yuca, all of the drums here, even the ones you see in India played sideways, the tumbadora, everything was born here, right? Music and its essentialness to life and joy manifested here. And Orumila was able to win a war without any bloodshed, right? So that's the first half of the story. But when you go into the second part, now the Congos had an issue with another tribe, and they came to visit Orumila once more. Divination was performed for the people from the Mayombe jungle. Dibere was revealed again, where Ifa said they needed to perform an offering of Saraeko to the strawberry tree. In this Odu, it speaks of the crowned fruits, whether it be the strawberry, the pineapple, any of the fruits that have a seeming crown on top, right? And when they did that, they were able to overcome their enemies and spiritually align and have the resources to be supported in, war to the point where they weren't slaughtered again. And in Dibere, based on this now, all of the people who practiced Mayombe said they were going to receive Hand of Ifa. Now, mind you, this is an Afro-Cuban piece of literature where all of the tribes converged upon Cuba. But Dibere is one of the Odus why it says even those who practice Mayombe ideally should have their Owofakan, right? Even though it doesn't.
All right, so Mayombe is Palo Mayombe. It's out of the Congo. So if anyone is wondering what he means by Mayombe, Mayombe is practice of, it is like almost, it's more like muerto.
Muertes.
They deal with the very hot spirits, right?
Oh, Petwa.
Yeah, they deal with the
Petwa spirits, the fire spirit, the hot spirit. Yeah, you got the Petwa and you got the Rada.
Yeah. And Voodoo is similar more to Mayombe than it is to like Santeria or
Yeah, we
Ifa.
literally deal with the Petua spirits and the Rada spirits.
Right. So what happens is this is the order. So you would normally would either, if you were like me, I'm a Oya priest, what I was supposed to have done was to get scratched in Palo and then move up the ranks into Orisha. But
Mm.
for me, it was told that I was not supposed to get scratched. And so I went straight to Orisha. But most of the time you deal with the, but you know what I did? I was dealing with the Gungun first, and then that's probably why when I finally like did do that, I just have a Gungun that is Palo, like a Congo spirit that I'm like attached to.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's what that is.
Doesn't interrupt their practice of mayombe whatsoever, and it doesn't obligate them to have to do any more. So as we're going through these different patakis and we're looking, it says we're on a negative path caused by spirits. When you look at all of the stories, like whether it was the 7 African powers, or even when the Ganguleros went to war with Orula, or when they went to war with another tribe and Orula saved them, it's saying that we cannot try to resolve every conflict with aggression or heated discussion and discourse. We need spiritual backing. And a lot of people really don't like to take that into account because honestly, with the way life kind of evolves now, we don't really have time to think about that. There's times when we'll be in front of somebody having an issue, or we'll have an issue that's completely unrelated that needs our attention. The last thing we think about resolving with is spirituality, at least constructively. Or, oh my God, I have a problem with this person. Let me do brujeria to them and, let's go to war. But Rumila said here, we needed to use spirituality in a positive way to avoid bloodshed, to avoid war. Because for all the people that are watching that have actually been in spiritual war, whether you win or lost, nobody wins. You know what I'm saying? So
That
this also
part.
says we have to have patience with each other. We have to have patience with ourselves, and we need to have good spiritual habits to be able to progress. Another thing that manifested here from a spirituality standpoint is a certain type of misa or spiritual mass known as la misa de la siete potencia africana, right? So I remember when I went to actually go do Santo, and if you guys, I'm seeing all these great questions, man, be sure to leave comments, you know what I'm saying? And we'll get back to them later because there's so many coming in right now. There's no way I'd be able to address it and still get a decent discourse about this Odu because there's still so much to talk about. Be sure to leave it in comments, email, reach out to the Botanica. Thank you so much for the support. But I remember when I went to do Santo that I think it was my godmother or somebody there had a spiritual debt that they needed to do this misa. So I remember this is where, when I was kind of going through my Piritita process, I learned how it's done. So what happens is you'll have the regular mesa blanca, right? And you'll have 7 cloths, the 7 cardinal colors, right? Kind of like the rainbow hanging from there, whichever ones are spiritually, associated with the house. And that'll be there. You'll have the 7 cups. Usually they'll have 7 roses or siete príncipes negro. There's a certain type of a rose known as the Black Prince, which is gorgeous. It has to do with the Congos. I can't find them here in Orlando, but in Miami, I used to put them to the bóveda every 2 weeks for sure. And then sometimes as well, they'll put siete palo fuerte, like a siwaraya or a rompe saraway. They'll put 1 in each of those glasses as well. 7 cigars, one of my favorite things, right? 7 candles, right, of each of the colors as well.
Mm-hmm.
And they might even actually have like 7 saints on there as well, kind of like the candle does. And one of the stipulations there is, because we actually did a misa / cajon, where when one ended, the other one began, which was pretty wild because just the energy in the house was like, it was vibrating, bro. And they invited a bunch of people that would come down with Congos and stuff like that. And during the cajon, everybody started coming down. You know what I'm saying? So it was pretty wild. But that misa is here as well. So if anybody's thinking about doing a misa, you guys are funny. I see the comments. You guys are funny. Members are funny. And oh man, we got a super chat. I have my Henry Father. I'm not doing a misa. Is that what I need to do next? A misa wouldn't be a bad idea. It's one of those things that ideally you want to do. In my humble opinion, I would recommend receiving a gungun because through a gungun is how you're going to be able to organize all those spiritualities. So when you do a misa, they're going to come through much smoother. So I appreciate you, Ed. Happy New Year. And
when he say much smoother, you don't want it to come down not smooth, okay? Because it could like be a ancestor that's wilding out. You know what I'm saying? You want to have a smooth misa. A misa is a spiritual mass where the ancestor comes down. There's a person that knows how to bring that energy into themselves and speak to you through the energy.
That misa was done. And that's one of the misas that's in this Odu. So if anybody here is an espiritista or they really work the obra or the mesa like that, it wouldn't be a bad idea to do one like that this year because these are the spiritualities. When we talk about like the rustic African spirits of the Congos, right? For anybody that's been in like an Afro-Cuban Misa or whatnot, or in general, you know, they come down pretty rough. Like I've seen people come down with a Congo the first time and run into a wall, jump off of a second story. Like it's really wild stuff. Good God, 300 people. God bless you guys. And you know, these are the ones that
I've seen
can really
people
cause
climb
things
trees
to
and leap
go
off the
crooked.
trees.
So when we look at a
What?
prophecy, like a negativity of
Yeah.
being on the wrong path, cause
What? See, my Misa has always gone cool, but I did, man. But the Misa, how it went, man, when it came through, it was like, "Are you stupid? What are you doing? Why are you doing?" And the guy didn't even speak English. He spoke Spanish.
Yo, the Misa that came through.
Imagine
Yo, the
a
Misa.
person that
I can
can't speak
remember
a
the
lick
one that
of
came from
English start
me.
speaking English and stuff. And like, what are you talking about? What are you talking? What are you doing? You don't do this. And it was Baba Oreste came through this guy. It was like, what are you talking about? Why are you doing this? And I'm like, oh my god, this guy is speaking English. He can't speak English. This dude can't speak English. How are you speaking English? Man,
Yo,
that shit was
I
bugging me
I
out.
had the same thing
I
happen
sit
to
there
me.
and act like I was not fucking scared, but I was like, oh my god, this guy just he had to like they had to interpret to me like hola, how are you? Mira, mira. He said, what are you doing? Why are you doing? What the fuck? And I
Wow.
was like, imagining this is crazy. Like this dude is speaking English. Oh my, it was the most scariest shit. I said, what the
by Egun or spirituality, these same spiritualities who are trying to help us, being that we haven't elevated them, they're going to cause havoc in our life. And it's not by choice, it's by circumstance, right? If you don't feed a pit bull, when you put your hands on and try to pet it, he's going to bite you. Not because he wants to, simply because it's reaction, it's impulses, it's instincts. You know, we have to make sure that we have our spiritual selves in line. Another thing, guys, not a shameless ploy or plug, but if you don't have a gungun, it is highly, highly, highly recommended. Borubo, I've been following you for a month. Bendición. Beniel. Oh my God. That's a beautiful donation. Please ask away. Shango is probably the most prominent Orisha here, besides Anya, right? And Orumila, of course. Shango here, you know, he was a really talented guy. It says the son of luck or the son of money. And this really goes back to Shango. And in this sign, Shango was a chef. This Odu is known as El Cocinero de Obadala, or Obadala's personal chef. And that gentleman was Shango. And in this Odu, and this is one of the Odus where I believe the fireworks going off.
How
This is one
long
of the
is
Odus
this?
where I believe the children of Shango by nature are wonderful cooks. All of my godsons cook, and they all have Shango done. A lot of you have been commenting on me wearing red. It kind of just happened that way today, but Edibere speaks of it, and I love the color red.
All right.
So in
So
this sign, Shango, who was Obadala's son, was his personal chef. And the reason Shango
right. So we're at 50 minutes. And we have so he goes into like 30 more minutes. But the main thing, I want y'all to check out it's Joseph Baba Ifa, Letra del Año, okay? But I wanted to show an example of this whole energy when it comes down to Anya and the drum. Because I think that people just don't realize how because this is just a regular, band, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna show this. Washington D.C. is known for go-go music, right?
Yeah.
We got a special 1 year anniversary for the front porch. Real, real. Some of you niggas ain't real. Real, real. Some of you niggas ain't real. Real, real.
Real. I'm with that.
Y'all
I'm
fuck
with
ass
that.
niggas ain't real, real.
Real. Real. I love it. Shoot, I love it.
But hold on, let me just show you the difference. Like, I want to see if they got a live.
Oh my goodness, my hip, my hip.
Here we go. Here we go. This is them.
I gotta get some cash. Up early in the morning. I'm thinking as I yawn. Hold on. What am I gonna do? I think I'm on my crew. You too. All the women wanna play. It's such a lovely day. The time is moving fast. I gotta get.
So that they're playing like the Congos. They have like about 50. One thing about DC go-go music, right? They have like about a million. Some of the best drummers come out of DC, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was a whole expose Oprah Winfrey did talking about how the women in the go-go music scene, when they would play this music, they would start taking their clothes off, dancing in the pool, having people taking drumsticks, and I mean, it was just a mess, right? So
Yes.
listen, it was wild. Like there was a whole go-go music expose. Let me find it. Go-go. Right. So it got so crazy. I don't know if I can find it. Maybe they took it off. I can't find it. But it go-go music at the time back when I was growing up, man, it would get right. It was this thing called the Ibex Club. Man, the women would be stripping out of their clothes with their boobs out, everything.
Why does that sound familiar to me?
Man, bro, these parties would get so off the chain. Like they had a pool. I'm gonna find a pool party. Hold on. Go music pool party. Oprah. I can't find it. Man, it was so. I can't find that. Man, it was so bad. Like it was on the news. Everything. They were like, man, these women were taking their clothes off. But the music, the way that the music used to go, it was a club called the Ibex Club, right?
Forgive me, I'm going through my house, doing a touch up before the house is closed down.
I can't find it. Man, Ibex. Let me just see the Ibex. Let's see. They used to be at these go-go parties. Now listen. Do you see how the woman? Look at this. It's a woman, right? Look at this. Man, by the end of this party, people were undressing. Okay, boobs out. I'm sorry. I missed you. I think you. But listen. Oh yes, child. It's the old school, the little Kim wig. Yes, the little Kim wig. Man, but DC got a frequency all of its own. It's a portal all of its own self.
It sure is. That's what I'm looking for right there.
They're using Congo music. They're using the Congos. They're using all type of like African drums. And all you're hearing is boom, 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 and then these women are just going fucking crazy. The men are about to shoot each other because somebody stepped on their foot.
Why is it that why look why is it that you can have a good old time and be looking good just when somebody bumps into you or steps on your shoe, all of a sudden
Because
you want to
they
ruin
not
it, you want to
controlling
ruin
the
the entire
energy
day for
of the
everybody.
drum. They not controlling the energy of the drums. Now we know how to do it. We understand how important the drums are. But these people are just in a club, just boom, boom, boom. It don't so boom, boom, city, boom, 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 boom. And these people are like, how you killing each other? How they at the club? What? Listen to this music. This is not like gangster music. Listen to this. This is not a gangster song. Listen to this.
I heard enough. Hey,
Man, they would be in the club. Listen, by the end of that night, it'd be people shot. Women would be getting like raped and molested.
just listening to them lyrics. You already hypnotizing everybody. You literally hypnotizing a whole bunch of dudes to say, fuck them, leave them in the club. Fuck them, dump them, leave them in the club. That's exactly what they're saying, right? You chanting that. So while you chanting, while all these men are saying, chanting, fuck them, dump them, leave them in the club, you chanting that. You chanting that out there. These men, folk, when you chant it out there, it happens.
And the women are dancing. You know what I'm saying? They half naked, boobs out. Look at this woman.
You don't have to show me. I already know. I've seen that side of the club. I've seen that side of the world on a regular basis. My thing is right now, again, it's all about choices. You choose to go left, you choose to go right. When you let these vibrations control you and what they're doing with these vibrations, I don't only just hold the musicians responsible for some of their music. They like, yeah, I'm just trying to get paid. Yeah, you're getting paid, but you also putting a vibration out there saying it's okay to go do these atrocities to somebody.
Yeah.
You literally giving somebody permission to go out and do atrocities on somebody else. And I'm not gonna lie. Because I heard it. Look, back in the day, I'm sorry. Back in the 60s, the 50s, 60s, and 70s, you heard a lot of ballads. You heard a lot of you heard good music. But, and I'm going to I hold myself accountable of our generation and some of the shit that we put out there. Because I'm not a big lover of gangster rap. I am a lover of those real brothers out there that literally told a real story with the rap. Because back in the day, it was all about telling a story. Now y'all can't even put two sentences together to tell a story. Because y'all too busy talking about wanting to fuck a bitch and get money and kill somebody. Matter of fact, you'll brag about the murder that you just did on your record. And what's crazy is you're so dumb to sit there and brag about it on your record. You actually giving everybody the evidence to put your ass in jail. And going to jail seems to be the new clout. And I'm sorry that far as I'm concerned, that's a whole lot of degeneracy that's going down. You got a whole lot of, if you got little girls screaming about wanting to dance to Pound Town, while they're in a ballet class, I hold the parents responsible. I'm gonna just leave it there. You can't send, look, you can't teach your child be listening to Pound Town and try to teach her how to be a ballet dancer at the same time. The two don't mix.
Well, listen, I'm trying to let y'all know. I'm trying to just show y'all how these drums. And see, I'm just showing you people playing the raw drums in real life.
No,
Okay.
actually, why don't you go? I mean, have you showed? I mean, that's just in the club. Have you showed them in that real atmosphere where you got the agoongoons coming out and dancing? That would be that's a better sight to see than seeing what you see in the club. Because I'm sorry, when I see the drums in the club and I see them doing that stuff, we could sit here and talk about that for about another hour, and I'll get very tired and bored. I'm not gonna lie, but everybody knows the way you use your drum, the way they use those drums, and however way you use them, they are used the way they're used.
Let's go. Let's go. Here we go.
Now, this is what I'm used to looking at. Hey, stop real quick. You want me to tell you what's gorgeous about looking at this and what it reminds me of? And it's something that I want to say a shout out to our Asian brothers and sisters in Japan. Have you ever seen a kabuki theater?
Yeah, I have. Yep.
What I just saw is the same thing like in the kabuki theaters. You have Act 1 where they show you the dance, where they come in. You hear them do the chant. The second act would be where you see the full dance and everybody during their sequence of the dance. And then you have the third act where you hear the chanting and the dance at the same time in unison. And a lot of people forget that. They forget, man. I'm not gonna lie. I love our African. I love
Yeah.
our
Hold on.
Agunguns. I
I'm taking
love the Agunguns. I love it when they bring the Agunguns out because it's just like watching. It's watching a whole ancestral play that should have been on display for our Black people, long ago. And now we're finally getting able to experience our own, just our own. That's the way I look at it.
check
It's just,
But okay, so this is the Afro-Cuban, right? This is the
yep.
Afro-Cuban version of it. Now let me tell you something. When they all sing, this is exactly how it my initiation sounded like this. And I'm like, everybody can sing up in this bitch.
Yeah.
Like the whole everybody in the thing was singing the songs. I'm like, man, y'all are jamming. Like what? I was like, this is the most beautiful sounding shit I've ever heard of. And it sounded exactly. Watch when they get to singing. Like I'm like, what? Give a shouts out to our Afro Caribbean brothers and sisters that kept this alive. Like what? They kept
Yes.
it alive for us to be able to go back and say, you know what? Here. So they're bringing down the spirit of Anya, right? And I'm going to fast forward it because I know that people have a very short attention span on YouTube. But please go and see Osane Del Monte Abelona, okay? And watch the whole thing. It's an hour-long presentation of the Orisha, right? Now,
Mm-hmm.
what happens is that Eshu is brought out, then the Orisha is brought out. Each Orisha
Mm-hmm.
greets each Orisha, and then they do each Orisha's dance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I want to show this is that with each Orisha, right, there's a slow song, there's the medium song, and then there's the one where they get crunk, right? So each
Mm-hmm.
Orisha have that progression of everything's cool, things are getting crunk. All right, I'm getting super crunk now. You know what I'm saying? So, but they have it's the most beautiful thing when you actually get to see it. So let's go. What is it saying? I go eat late. Can I come into your house? Correct?
Yep. I
Can I
go, yeah,
come
that's the first
into
thing that
your
when
house?
you got
Can
visitors
I
coming to the house,
come
they supposed to say, I
into
go,
your house?
Ile.
Right. Is that what he's saying? I
Yeah.
go eat late. I go.
Yeah.
I'm saying so at the end of the day, I mean, I don't know some
Yeah, all I know is that right there is the best example. You saw the fad, you saw the beginning, the middle, and the end, just showing the legua by itself. I love my baba. I love my baba.
hey, I'm
I
trying to let you
love.
know is that when it really comes down to it, I'm not sure which what part of the thing got like I just got a copyright, but bottom line is that I was just trying to show that when it really comes down to it, this is a beautiful tradition. It's not this evil thing that people are trying to make it out to be. People need to really understand what's really going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Sis, it has been great.
You know what I'm saying? I share. You know what I'm saying?
Arokoreke, orore, ashe, ashe, yo. Emojiba elegwaye, emojiba elegwayo. Ekure esho, ekuse o. Edupe alagwaye, dupe o alagbaba elore yo. Mojibayo, mojibayo. I give thanks. You won't find me complaining.
So tell your story as a Eshu priestess, and what is it to be a priest of Eshu?
For me to be a priestess of the shoe, ooh, I got into it again because I was adopted. I did not know my people, period. And being initiated to Legba issue, when I say that I have learned how to seek the truth out and have it put on display for everybody, It's a beautiful thing. And I'm grateful. I have had doors open. I have learned many things that to me are very important in my life, because it made me appreciate my life more than anything. And Legbeshu teaches you what you did not know, you will learn very fast, because it's his job to know your path. It's his job to know your destiny. And if you're not on the destiny that you're supposed to be on, yeah, he's going to put obstacles in your way. You can't sit there and say the devil made me do it. Now, the devil didn't make you do it. You chose to go that way, knowing that's not the way you're supposed to be going. So,
Let's talk about that. So the devil, right? Well, let's talk about the devil. All right. We don't believe in the devil, but they say that Eshu is the devil. So let's talk about that.
how is Ishu the devil when he knows your destiny? How is Ishu the devil when it's his face that's on the Oponi Fa? Now, I'm going to show you. I got stuff on my Oponi Fa. Let me see if I can turn it around. It looked like it won't let me do it.
Do they know what an Oponi Fi is?
I'm going to see if it'll show it.
Okay.
It's got a lot of stuff on it right now, but this platter is an Oponi Fa. This would be the face. The top up here would be where Issue's face would be. His hands would be on both sides, and his feet would be down here at the bottom. As you can see right now, I got a lot of my crystals on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
With my, I got my Obiabatas are in here. For those that know, as a Mambo or Ianifa, the Babalaw's job is supposed to have the hand of Ifa. And the Iking and the Opele chain. It's the Mambo and the Ianifa's job to study the 16. Look, you either learn the four Obiabatas. There are four. And even from this four, you still can learn the 256 Odus. But there's a study you got to learn. You got to learn to study. And you either got these or you got 8 cowrie shells, 8 or 16. And you have to learn how those cowrie shells fall, which way is dark, which way is light. Because remember, the penis is supposed to be the light side and the vagina side is supposed to be the dark side. A lot of people get that confused. So, I honestly don't look at issue as a devil or anything, because again, that goes back to white man. I hate to say this, colonizers are going to call it what it is. Legba issue colors are red, black, and white, depending on what part of the Ifa tree that you're on. His colors could be black and white, they can be black and red, or they can be a combination of all three. And it's also based on the numerics. But for them to base him as the devil is a listing of a lot of things, because it also goes back to some of his statues that he has, because he do have a couple of statues that got where he's got horns on his head with his penis erect. You know, we ain't gonna talk about those that have penis envy,
Right.
but even look, that they hate on his shoe so much because, so I'm sorry that y'all got penis envy for his shoe, because, majority of his statues where he is in ecstasy because of his wisdom, because he's so knowing of his wisdom. Don't get mad because you got people out there that get off on their wisdom. It's just simple as that. Call it what it is. But I look at him on several different ways. And matter of fact, I also recommend that people read some of his books. You're gonna make me pull books out.
Yeah, please pull them out. Pull them out. Pull them out. Bring them out. Bring them out.
The beginners. Here's one book as a beginner. And here's another book as a beginner. Okay. Now, for the intermediaries. Yeah, I said it, intermediaries.
Trickster. The trickster.
Now, one here for you. And I ain't gonna lie, look, Alex Kuko, wherever you are, yeah, I got your book. I got your book. You were on point. Kuko was on point. And Nee's got a lot of packies in it. Any story that you look, every story that I read about his shoe, leg base shoe, it's in here.
So what's your educational level? Let's just give everybody an understanding of who you are.
My educational level is I got a master's in psychology as well as sociology and in anthropology.
Wow. Anthropology, right? So that means
And
people
yep,
that study people. Anthropologists are the ones that study human behavior, right?
yep.
So you're not
And
an uneducated person that's just like getting into this, just like for out of nowhere or whatever, blah blah blah. We're just stupid people. I'm a software engineer. You know what I'm saying?
I
I
actually
don't
keep a
have
lot
a
of my. I actually like to, not trying to be funny. I am not trying to overeducate. I, with me being dyslexic, I did have to overdo myself on a lot of things, and that was because I always had people always underestimate me, and always because I guess because I'm so nice and everything, everybody like to take that kindness for weakness. But my thing is, I am here to educate and let people know that we are out here. And my thing is, if I got the information and I have the tools to teach people, I rather let you have the tools and get these tools and read them for yourself and let us dialogue about it. Because I've watched a lot of elders, even in my time, literally hog the education. And I don't think that's fair that you got people out here that are literally like me back in the day that were trying to find ourselves, that we're trying to find where is our place in the world.
Well, the reason why I wanted to bring up your education, right? Because a lot of times when you first get into college, right, the
Mhm.
first thing they push onto you is Darwinian stuff. Darwinian understanding about we are all from monkeys, blah blah blah, whoop de woo, and
No, we're not, because even I'm sorry, but that is not even true. That is nowhere near true. I mean, everybody was under the assumption that black folks came from apes. They're also under the assumption that Neanderthals were the most intelligent. But we're learning that a lot of our ancestors don't even come from this planet. But that's where another conversation. Because you actually look, brother man touched on it. He touched on it. He did touch on it. Especially when he talked about when the African powers came to Earth. That speaks volumes. So who are these African powers that came to Earth? Nobody don't want to talk about the Anunnaki, but I digress.
But real quick before you leave, I want to do one last thing, because we have our brother Scam Chan in the building. I want to show like how he had got up there talking to Bokor, and Bokor said, "You know what? You don't have to believe it. Okay, that's what we need. We need you not to believe it. We want you to not believe it. Okay."
Again, where I don't care if you believe or not. My whole thing is I'm here to revere my ancestors and remember my people, because for the last, and I'm just speaking on my experience personally, y'all literally beaten Christianity into me as a child. Y'all literally made me try to forget who I was, on what I needed to know about myself. Y'all literally tried to condition me. Oh, you this, you not this, you this, you not this. We got people walking around right now that have identity crisis with themselves. All because of colonizers coming in and destroying a lot of culture and actually trying to attack that culture and trying to turn it into theirs. My attitude is, it's time for y'all to stop stealing stuff that don't belong to you and just have respect for it. Just sit back. Look, everybody wants to be on the Star Trek level, but nobody wants to have a Star Trek mindset. Because in order for you to get to Star Trek level, the first thing you got to do is accept everybody from an observational level. And what I mean by that is you got to watch people from a distance, just to appreciate their culture and how their way of life is, and not go in and try to iterate yourself and say, oh, you're a savage. You need to be learned. You need to be taught the correct way of doing things. Who does that sound like when they do that kind of stuff? You cannot be part of this if you're going to still be trying to iterate yourself into other people's things and thought mentality of idea. We still have untouched culture and untouched tribes that should not be fucked with at all right now. But we still got Christians that will try to go over to these places to say, I am going to go and save them from themselves. They, look, far as I'm concerned, that is Eden over there that you fucking with. Why are you trying to mess with Eden where it's still in its innocence? Why are you going to ruin the innocence of something that's already at its purest form?
Right.
Because they're too busy thinking that they are uneducated, they're ignorant, and they don't know any better. Because they think they know better than they do.
Right.
And that's something that Legba issue teaches everybody, but some people don't catch it. He's teaching you everybody ain't the same. Everybody ain't gonna agree with everybody. Everybody is different. You gotta live with that and accept it for what it is. You are not in control of nothing. Bottom line. Legba issue is the master of chaos. He is the master, the divine trickster. He knows certain said things that you are oblivious to. What he teaches us is be careful and have respect for people. Bottom line. But we got people out here that don't got respect for people. We got people that don't care. They think it's all about them. They think it's their world. You're just a squirrel trying to get a nut. We could sit here and talk about the elites and what they're doing to our to the lower class right now. A lot of the stuff that's going on in the world is a whole lot of chaos. And guess what? Legba issue is all here for it because it's all about the chaos. But there is a whole bunch of order within that chaos.
Right.
You got to pay attention to it. So, as far as I'm concerned, Legba issue is not the devil.
Of course not. Of course not. Here we go, real quick.
You want this to happen and that right there. On some of the things I'm
Bokor Elmira's thing has the opportunity to join as well. So go ahead. Scam Chan, did you
ask him a question now? Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
So the things you're talking about, are they just limited to Haiti, or all the things you're talking about can happen anywhere?
I would say the accessibility definitely can have an impact on some of the things I'm speaking about, because some of the things that are done are not necessarily magic. Some of those things are just knowing the knowledge of things that are lethal to the human health or human body.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And if you're in a foreign country, you may have access to those things, where per se in America, you may not have access to those things.
Well,
yep.
It's not about
such as certain herbs and things like that. So okay, let me just give you an example, Scam Chan. In Colombia, they have a specific herb called burundanga, right? So you might think that sounds crazy. You can't make a person into a zombie. But in Colombia, there's an actual tree that grows up called the devil's breath, right? It is called burundanga. And if you give it to a person and you blow it in their face, they'll do anything that you say, including walk into a tomb. And this particular herb was used for the kings in the Aztecs, that when a king died, they would blow it into the face of all his wives and they would just walk into the tomb and die with the king. So this is not just all just hocus pocus. Some of this stuff is real, actual, like science, practical things that just people knew how to do. You understand what I'm saying? So everything is not hocus pocus.
And it's like this. In slavery, when the slave masters, we have a guy named Macandal, Francois Macandal, right? He was burnt alive.
Oh,
because of the rebellion he started in Haiti, right? Most people don't talk about Francois Macandal. But what did he do? He poisoned the water that the French were drinking. And he would lay certain things down in the bed of the slave masters' wives. And, basically they would start scratching their body until they ripped their flesh off. There's certain things, there are properties of certain plants, there's certain animals that can cause certain things. And the knowledge of this stuff can actually be dangerous in the hands of the wrong people.
There's an old term called I gave somebody a macadal.
This is something we can look at as.
There's an old term, a Louisiana term, matter of fact, an old Haitian term back in the day, and I used to hear this a lot in these circles. Oh yeah, I had to give somebody a macadal. Yeah, they would literally say, yeah, I had to go do a macadal on somebody. They literally would go for either whatever shay that they had to put on that person. Yeah, they did that. They did that. I salute Macadal. He was the man. The Haitian Revolution was ooh-wee. Woo!
as, let's just say, biological. Are you with me?
I don't have much to say about that. I'm just listening.
Okay,
I can't prove it or disprove it. I just think it's just odd to hear it being spoken about when, I'm looking around. I don't see any of that happening, but you say it's happening.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Is arsenic poison?
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah. Bottom line is that okay. So the bottom line is that and so sometimes you could be so atheistic that it goes beyond just common sense, because to think that everything is just so explainable. Some things, if you don't know the science behind it, then you won't be able to explain it. But if these people know the science behind these herbs,
I mean, even
then
water,
they're gonna be able to
even
make
water
things
can poison
happen
you.
that you can listen. They'll be able to make things happen that you, as a logical person, can explain, right? And that happens all the time, all over the place. You know what I'm saying? So
It's like they say with the Native Americans, right? They say that the Europeans gave the natives of where the natives, I think either that was in North America, but I definitely know that, they say that they gave them blankets with smallpox.
It sure did.
Now, atheists, do you believe that?
Blankets with smallpox? I've heard about that.
Yep.
Right. Now, is smallpox, let's just say, contagious?
Yeah.
Right. So now, let's just say this. You have some cattle, you have their skin that has smallpox. Now, if someone places on the bed that you're sleeping in or places it on your clothes, do you think the chances of you getting, would you say that you can get smallpox like that?
Chances are good.
Right. So there we go.
I think that people, when they think about voodoo, they just only go into the aspect of it. It is way more deeper than that. It's a combination of things.
There's a level that's spiritual, and there's a level that's scientific.
Well, I'm all about the spiritual part. I don't see the spiritual stuff people are talking about.
Well,
you're talking about diseases. You're talking about diseases and like they have a cure for smallpox.
There's a
cure for smallpox.
They have it now.
Because the thing about it is, you think of what you've been told about voodoo. You have a Hollywood perception of voodoo. Again, let us say, yes, you have a Hollywood perception of voodoo, right?
Yeah.
And it's not exactly that way. It's not. See, voodoo, again, we have to distinguish between religion and what we call malficte, the business of malficte. What does malficte mean? It means the business of evil doing. Now, the business of evil doing, that's some people have associated that with the religion of voodoo. That's why the title of this video is Haitian Voodoo and the Haitian Voodoo religion or sorcery, right? A lot of people they put into the category of sorcery are into the business of evil doing, right? And the business of evil doing isn't necessarily always magic in Haiti. And I specifically say that in Haiti because nobody in America is doing half of the stuff that's going on in Haiti. If you were, you would be arrested and buried under the jail.
Yep.
And I would also say, like I said, when people think about, even in Africa, right? They'll see a person dancing dancing and stuff like that, and be like, "Oh, well, that's But when you see it's so there's the overtone of the magic of how did this person do that? But then there's the undertone of the mystery of They know how they did it, but you don't know how they did it. So
See, the thing about
okay.
Okay, glad I'm listening to you.
I was saying, and welcome to Pot. So, the Pot is actually the reason why you're here, sir. So I wanted to like give her shouts out because if it wasn't for her, I had no idea who you were. And shouts out to the Pod. This has been the most awesome interview I've done, because in a long time. Because I'm like, man, I did not know as much as I'm finding out here. Go ahead, Nepal.
Yeah, peace to you, Genesis, and peace to your guests. Yes, I actually am a longtime subscriber and watcher of.
So you have a Scam Chan that's like, okay, I just don't believe that there is anything spiritual that's involved with this. The thing about this thing is that spiritual does not necessarily have to be hocus pocus. You understand what I'm saying? It don't necessarily have to be hocus pocus. It could be, hey, I know I could like take this herb and put it in your drink and it could kill you. Or I could put an herb in your drink and you could slowly die.
I look, as far as I'm concerned, I'm looking at a whole lot of botany and herbalists and all the goods that we can do to better ourselves. Because one thing I do know about voodoo is all about being an herbalist and healing people. And that I'm here for.
That's what I'm in. I'm a part of like the healing aspect of it, but just so you know, Bokor, any Bokor.
The only time I work with my Bakor brothers and sisters when we have to really go to war, especially when we got to deal with bullshit, that's when you call on the Bakors. No lie. No, and that's just me being honest. Give them their reverence like you're supposed to. Give them give them their blessings like they're supposed to. Ibashe. I call on them when it's absolutely necessary because everybody has a part to play in this game called life.
Man, you're saying you call on different actions spiritual. Okay, listen. Anything you do, everything that you do on this earth, okay, you are a spirit. You're not just a piece of
We're
flesh
all spirits having a human experience.
Right? We're just not just pieces of flesh flopping around. If you actually get a microscope strong enough, you'll find that it's just matter all put together. Vibrations all exist. Everything is really a part of a vibration. And just as much as those vibrations exist, there's a way to manipulate those vibrations. You don't understand that. How in the heck can you take sound? You could destroy something with sound alone. But you don't think that same sound could actually, on a smaller level, make change within a person's life? So on a larger level, I could like take a treble sound and I can disintegrate you. But on a smaller level, you don't think that I could like disintegrate you from a smaller level on that same thing?
You know what you sound like right now? You sound like Dune, the movie Dune, where they have the wording modules, and they kill you with a sound.
Yeah, that's what it is. And real quick for Melody, okay, Melissa, I'm sorry. According to some historical theory, the Yoruba people are believed to have origins linked to the Nubia region of ancient Egypt. So, ma'am, just do some research, sir. Ma'am. Yes, we were linked to ancient Egypt. We were linked to Mecca. What happened is that people from that whole region, you know what I'm saying, and then they migrated. Okay, that's what happened. People migrated from that Middle Eastern region.
Yep,
and everything. So the people that are practicing IFA today are coming from that region and went into Nigeria. They were not originally from Nigeria. They migrated to Nigeria. So just do a little bit more research and find out. So yeah, find out. Okay. Nubians are older. Okay. Well, Yorubas were Nubians. So okay. It's not about like who's older and who's better. Yorubas were
Sis,
Nubians.
sis, I am getting tired.
I'm sorry. Yes.
You all right? You all right? We've been
Yep.
going on 4 hours now.
I'm sorry. Yorubans are younger based on what? Okay. Anyways, all right. We're gonna like try. Let's. Okay, I'm gonna let you have a final word, and then I'm going to have a final word, and we're gonna end this. But man, we learned a lot today, and I appreciate for you coming up here. The Bokor even tried to explain to Scam Chan. Listen, you don't have to believe it. Don't matter what you believe, bro. It's better when you don't believe it because you know what? It's easier for the magic to happen. You don't have to believe it for it to work. You'll just be wondering why is my life fucked up? You know what I'm saying?
That part.
And you'll just be like, oh, it's just happenstance. It just happens to be this way. Okay, well, thank you. Yes, yes. It just happens to be like that. No one did nothing to you, sir. Keep not protecting yourself. Keep believing that spirit doesn't exist. We're just some flabs on the earth walking around like a slab of nothing. Even though there's something animating your body, animating my body, animating you, even yourself. Like, why are we even able to have personalities and this? For what reason, right? So you're atheist, right? And you're like, oh, well, we're just here for no reason. For what? Well, for no reason? A big bang happened. We came on the earth. We evolved from a monkey, and now we're just here flapping around for no goddamn reason. Believe it if you want to. That's not what I believe. Shouts out. Dogs and monkeys pray to no God. Scam Chan, I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna listen. I'm not trying. I listen. You are a great. You need to send me some money. Send me a cash app or something. Goddamn. Send me $1 cash app. Something. Here's my cash app. Cause you up here with this. I'm gonna have to do a whole nother show to address you and your thinking. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My bad.
Just don't put look. Just don't put me a part of it.
Send me a cash app. Just $5. God damn it. And I'll start a whole new live where she's not on it, and we can just go into what you're. And I'll bring you up. I swear to I will end this live, bring you up, and we can just ask, go to or through or everything you could be thinking about. God damn it, because you really giving me the business today. You know what I'm saying? Where your wife at? Where's Miss Scam Chan at? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Where your wife? Where's Miss Scam? Miss Scam Chan. Where's Miss Scam Chan at? Miss Scam Chan actually is very smart, and he just be like, she just drive me crazy. She listen. She Christian and she believe. Man, tell Miss Scam Chan to come in here and something. I don't know. Anyways, go ahead. I want you to give like some last words, and I might just bring up another chat so we could like go through it, Mr. Scam Chan, because I know I don't want to do this to my guests right now because we are going on 4 hours. I didn't even realize how much time had passed.
Yo, I'm sorry, but time is on crack right now. And he's trying to look for his next rock, and I ain't here for that. I'm actually trying to slow time down a little bit. I'm like, yo, can I get you off of that crack rock and come have it, just smoke this blunt and slow down? Just a little bit. Just slow down. Eat a gummy.
I'm afraid to eat a gummy. I've never eaten a gummy ever in my life.
Oh, trust me, I had a gummy. They're good. Especially if you got a hard time trying to sleep. Yes, do a gummy. Especially if you doing it. Look, if you got insomnia, yes, the gummy is good for you. The gummy is your friend, especially if you haven't had no sleep. Yes.
Honey, I'll go around, take that, and have a drug test for one of my jobs and stuff. Like, oh, we gotta get a job, whatever.
Hey,
had that bullshit in my system. I ain't never take no damn gummy. I work for the white man. I can't be taking no damn gummies, y'all. You don't have that bullshit in my system for like months on end.
So, yo, I be trying to figure, it's a dang shame that it's a dang shame that they'll check you for that and hold you accountable for that, but they don't hold you accountable when they be snorting that powder that stays in your system for 24 hours. But I digress.
Listen. It ain't legalized in Texas yet. I can't take no damn gummies and have that shit show up in my damn system. And
I don't know why you complain. I'm right here in the same state with you, right down the street.
Right, but you ain't working no regular. You work a regular job?
No, I don't work a regular job, but don't think that I don't forget that I haven't forgotten about a regular job. Trust me. Man, I used to work at the.
I work for the cracker. I can't be getting.
I used to work for the housing authority, so.
Man,
we could talk. Look, I can give you I can give you stories about just working with the housing with housing conditions in Dallas and the housing authority and a lot of the stuff that that go on in the system. But that's another story.
Man.
But I haven't forgotten about all the policies and procedures we have back then.
A lot of fucking stories, man. Live long enough, you're gonna have a lot of stories. And Keanu Reeves, I want to let Keanu Reeves know that your wife is here. She's up here. She's waiting for you, Keanu.
That's right.
All right.
Y'all go give me my membership, because the one thing I keep getting bugged about is a membership card. So somebody go get me a VIP membership card, just so I can slide next to him and sit next to him and say, look, baby. You may be with that one, but you're gonna be hollering with
my friends that watch this know Keanu Reeves. Let him know that SU Nikkei want some of that.
Yo, that is one mountain. That is one cool breeze in the mountain that I will climb all day, every day, all day long.
No, Melissa, you can't be trying to get Keanu too. No, that's SU Nikki. You can't be trying to jump in on her spot. No, don't be doing that, Melissa. What you doing? Talking about let you be Keanu.
What she said? I don't know. What was said?
No, she said she about to jump in and try to take Keanu from you. No, this is her man. You can't. You said you fixing to help her. Okay, you engaged. Okay. You can't be trying to jump in on Keanu. Keanu is SU Nikki's. You cannot be trying to jump in on Keanu.
Yeah, I can actually say there's a store. I can actually remember we talked about this earlier, how I got how I had that joke.
Help her get Keanu. Help her. Listen, everybody, help her get Keanu Reeves. Okay, because
Look. Yeah.
I heard he had she got the hair out. Oh, swing it, girl, swing it. You gotta do like the Ethiopians and stuff like that. You know how they be whirling their hair out and shit like.
Yeah.
She took her hair. Yes, you are beautiful.
Yo, I look at it this way. The old Bob, before he left this world, he already said that I had 2 husbands. I got one. He's the other one. And I'm okay with that.
Keanu, where you at? We helping you, sis. We gonna help her.
Yo, I look. We may not be able to have children, but we could find a surrogate.
Hey, he ain't trying to have no children right now. He with that old white chick named Alexis, or whatever her name is.
Do I want to go there?
You gonna have him. You gonna get him, girl. Get him.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to knock her, but I'm not trying to knock her. But then it still looks like a lake. I'm sorry. Bad is unique. Naughty is unique.
The trickster SU is out here wilding for Keanu. Okay, Keanu.
I got jokes.
Keanu. Ooh.
Fantasy baby daddy.
Listen, we had a great time tonight. Shouts out.
Shouts out to everybody. Yes.
Hey, where is Miss Scam Chat? I put the link in the chat. She ain't come up yet because I want to tell her about her husband over here wilding out, bro. Throwing some my behind. Get your wife up here so I can like let her know how her husband had been acting up in here in this chat, sir.
Right?
Send me a cash app, drop me a damn super chat, something. Listen, everybody that's been listening, all y'all people in the that's crazy how I've been seeing all these people that's coming in and doing this and doing all that, and ain't nobody like hitting up the like button. Ain't nobody, don't nobody love me. Y'all crazy. You know what I'm saying? But go on ahead and watch the rest of those videos that I like put up there. You know what I'm saying? Shouts out.
Yes, please do, because they are good. Not gonna lie.
You dropped me a
Thank
text.
you. Look, thank you, everybody. And the only thing I wish for everyone is wonderful prosperity. If you don't know your ancestors, it's time for you to learn your ancestors. It's time for you to know them. If those that know their ancestors but can't deal with them, I understand, baby. And you still have to face that fear and go forward. But the beautiful thing is, once you know your people, you are all whole. And I'm not going to lie, this is the year that my Black sisters, let us sit back, drink our tea, make solutions for ourselves and no one else. So when other people run to us and say, can you help us with it? No, we're healing ourselves this year. Because I'm not going to lie to all my sisters out there, I am tired of you being verbally abused. I'm tired of you being physically abused. I am tired of you being mentally abused. I am tired of you being emotionally abused. I want to let every sister out there know you are loved, you are cherished, you are appreciated. To my brothers, you are our protectors. If we as Black women are the keepers of the culture, yes, you are our protectors. Yes, we love you. We appreciate you. And yes, believe me, some of us out here do salute you.
Wow, shame.
We do salute you.
Wow.
Do not forget that. We are out here and we love you. Good, bad, and indifferent. Please keep Iwa Pele, gentle character. That's all I got.
Oh, Shay, thank you so much. And peace out, everybody. And DJ, take us out. That's what they normally say. Say it again.
DJ, take us out.
Alchemize your energy. Darling, let your spirit be free. Don't give up. Keep on pushing through. Now is the time. It's all up to you. Alchemize your energy. My friend, let your spirit be free. Don't give up, keep on pushing through. Now is the time, it's all up to you. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, we will always take flight. Keep on pushing through the darkness of night. There's no limit, let's reach for the sky. Shine so bright, from darkness to light.